Cool Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Mean of Revolution. Assassin killed at Mar-a-Lago. The Small has given Trump his last warning. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, World War III is at hand, and Trump's been warned for the last time today. Let's get right into the content. This last little killing at his house may get him to starting the war tonight.
The Secret Service says a man in his early 20s carrying what appeared to be a shotgun and a fuel can entered a restricted area around Trump's Palm Beach, Florida home early this morning before he was shot and killed by authorities. I want to bring in CNN's Julia Ben.
He didn't get close to Trump. Trump wasn't even there. That's not the point. They giving Trump a little message. We got people like ISIS. They jihadists. They willing to give their life. They dedicated. These little MK Ultra puppets keep popping up with guns. We have to gun them down. They've been manipulated mentally, Mr. So Trump has to do what these people say, or he will never be safe again. That's the message to Trump. You start that war, or one of these assassins gonna get the job done.
Benbrook, she's at the White House. So, Julia, how is the president's team responding to this?
Yeah, the most important thing to note here is that President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump, they were here at the White House at the time of this incident, but they travel often to their Mar-a-Lago estate. In fact, the president has been there almost every weekend in recent weeks. During a press briefing that took place earlier today, the Palm Beach County Sheriff Rick Bradshaw, standing with representatives from the FBI and Secret Service, he detailed what they know now. He said that a man around 1:30 in the morning made it into the perimeter at Mar-a-Lago, and that a deputy and 2 Secret Service agents on the detail went to investigate. Take a listen.
They confronted a white male that was carrying a gas can and a shotgun. He was ordered to drop those 2 pieces of equipment that he had with him, at which time he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun to a shooting position. At that point in time, the deputy and the 2 Secret Service agents fired their weapons and neutralized the threat. He is deceased at the scene.
Authorities have said that this man was in his early 20s and from North Carolina. He was reported missing recently by a family member. Now, the sheriff did say that his deputies are always wearing body cameras, and so we could see some of that footage in the future there. But the FBI is the lead agency on this. They will be responsible for handling any questions going forward. And we did hear from FBI Director Kash Patel a little while ago. He posted on social media. He said, quote, "The FBI is dedicating all necessary resources in the investigation of this morning's incident at President Trump's Mar-a-Lago, where an armed individual was shot and killed after unlawfully entering the perimeter. We will continue working closely."
Yeah, MK Ultra assassins are going to keep popping up everywhere, all over his properties. And they're going to get him if he don't start this war. They're not playing with him. All that dragging your feet. He got to pay the piper. He danced with the devils. They come to collect. They want their war. Who cares what's going to happen to the U.S. economy? Who cares if all those U.S. soldiers going to die? Who cares those bases going to get blown up? Who cares those ships going to get sunk? They don't care. You are here to destroy the Persian Empire. And that's what you have to do, Trump. And if you don't do that, well, we're going to get us a JFK situation here.
With Secret Service as well as state and federal partners, and will provide updates as we are able. They are currently processing the scene and analyzing any evidence. They've also asked people.
I can already hear it. The Iranians finally found somebody willing to take out the president.
In the area that if they have any doorbell camera footage that does seem suspicious, could be related to this, that they should contact authorities.
All right. Thank you, Julia. Still a lot of questions at this point. I want to bring in CNN Chief Law Enforcement and Intelligence Analyst John Miller. You've been talking to your sources here. What does this investigation look like at this point?
Well, what they're trying to do, Omar, is to backtrack through the last 24 hours or more since this individual was reported missing. He's a 22-year-old man from the area of Cameron, North Carolina, and it appears he drove there to Mar-a-Lago. One of the things that was found in the vehicle, his Volkswagen SUV, was the box for the shotgun. So investigators believe that he left his North Carolina home, stopped along the way perhaps and purchased that shotgun and the gasoline, and then drove to Mar-a-Lago. One of the questions is, how did he get into that perimeter? It appears that as an employee was leaving and opened the gate to walk out, he caught the gate and walked in. He made it about 20 to 30 yards before he was confronted in that perimeter by 2 Secret Service agents and a deputy Palm Beach County sheriff. And as the sheriff said, according to their report, and the deputy does have body camera, as he was ordered to put down the shotgun and the gas can, he put down the gas can, raised the shotgun into position, and all 3, both agents and the deputy, fired, killing him.
Do we know if the shotgun was loaded? I mean, obviously pointing a weapon at law enforcement, it prompts the reaction that they had here. But just on the back end of this, do we know if that shotgun was actually loaded?
You know, it's a good question, Omar, because as you point out, there's no way that those law enforcement officers would have known by seeing the shotgun whether it was loaded when it was pointed at them. But the question goes directly to, what was his intent of going into that perimeter? Did he know that President Trump wasn't there and was at the White House? Was his specific intent
Absolutely.
suicide?
This is not about if Trump was there, if Trump wasn't there. This is a message to Trump. You start that war in Iran, or it's going to be the end for him. No more bullets to the ear. No more people getting killed outside your perimeter. No more people getting arrested. No more people getting killed at your speeches. No more of that. The grand finale, if he don't start that war with Iran, one of these snipers is going to get him.
Suicide by cops,
They not
which
playing.
we've seen in a number of these incidences where people cause the police because of their own depression, mental health issues, whatever it is, to take their lives. Whether or not that shotgun is loaded will give us a better indicator of that when we find that information out from the FBI. But right now, I don't know the answer to that, but it's a good question.
This boy Trump thought that he could play with Benjamin Netanyahu. He thought that he really could manipulate Benjamin Netanyahu, and Benjamin Netanyahu reminded him, boy, please. We would absolutely get rid of you. You start that goddamn war with Iran.
As 21-year-old Austin Tucker Martin from North Carolina. Let's bring in former FBI special agent and SWAT team member Ren McEachern. Ren, welcome.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks to be on the show.
So with your background, where does your mind go after hearing what we've learned so far about this suspect and the incident at Mar-a-Lago?
A couple of things here. It sounds like the Secret Service, along with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office, did an excellent job of stopping the threat. That's first and foremost. Thankfully, nobody hurt. Second of all, the weapon he used is kind of odd to me. Looks like to be a 12-gauge pump shotgun, holds 5 to 6 rounds. Very damaging, could be very lethal, of course, but not more like a semi-automatic rifle like we've seen used in the past. The use of gas, of course, is very concerning, whether that's either to set buildings on fire or actually set himself on fire as a suicide attack, also very concerning. And lastly, I'll say, just because the president wasn't there could be members of the family. And this is an attack on the residents. Before, right, we saw an attack at the campaign, or we saw an attack at a golf club. Now these people are attacking the actual personal residence of the president. It feels a little bit like it could be an escalation as well.
According to the Associated Press,
it is escalation. The small hats is warning him They tired of playing with him. It's nowhere for him to hide. There's nowhere for his family to hide. There's no more campaign speeches. You start that war with Iran, or it's not going to be an attempt. It's going to be an assassination.
The shooter was reported missing by his family several days ago. Is it safe to assume FBI agents have arrived at his family home in North Carolina to ask a lot more questions about him and his mental health?
Yeah, 100%. Right now, they are conducting or writing up search warrants, and then we'll be conducting search warrants without a doubt on the residents, doing interviews, both of the family and the neighbors, and then looking at things like the phone, devices, search history, right? All the things, all the forensics, and also same with the vehicle. They'll be doing a search warrant for that vehicle to do a search of that as well. The biggest thing right now is, are there co-conspirators, right? Are there others involved? That's the big question.
Authorities say the suspect raised the shotgun to a shooting position.
Small head.
Is it possible he was doing this for suicide by cop?
Certainly, it's a possibility. We may not ever know that, but he's also dangerous, right? It could also be an assassination attempt or just to do a damage, but also could be suicide by cop. Obviously, anybody knows that they show up to that residence, raises a shotgun at authorities, is likely going to feel the heat of law enforcement. So we may not ever know the answer, but still concerning.
Since this was a target today, thank God the president was not there, but since it was a target today, would you expect federal authorities to take measures to tighten up Mar-a-Lago even further?
Yeah, anytime they have some sort of incident like this, they do after action and immediately will actually put up more security, not just at Mar-a-Lago, but other locations where he may be involved, along with other members of his cabinet, perhaps, and his family as well. And so, yes. And then they'll also look at the event, like maybe should that street be shut down? I know there's been some discussion on that public road being shut down going ahead. There'll be lots of assessments, but right now you can certainly expect security to be upped in all aspects of security for the president and his family.
Wren McEachern, grateful for your analysis today. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Mike.
Hey, everyone.
Miriam Adelson will be furious. And just today.
Are you researching dental implants?
There's a lot of dental offices that'll talk about doing their teeth and then.
Do I need to introduce Max Blumenthal? He's only the finest journalist in the West, and his outfit, Grey Zone News, is only the best outfit. He is a frequent commentator here on the mother of all talk shows, for which we are all grateful and enriched. Max, welcome back to the show. As Lewis Carroll said, will he join the dance? Is Trump going to go ahead with this or not?
Well, if he doesn't, Israel is in a very, very precarious position. And that's why I think he must. And that Trump is not the one actually executing the decision, that he's handed over control of the reins of this policy to dark neoconservative and Likudnik forces. Well, let's consider just the timeline that Trump has laid out. He said, what was it, 3 days ago, that there was a 10-day timeline for negotiation. And we keep hearing all these positive reports. Just most recently, maybe 2 hours ago, from the Omani foreign minister, that Iran and the U.S. have reached various understandings. But Israel's not part of that understanding, and Israel will not allow an understanding. And I'll explain why in a second, but just to remain focused on the timeline. 10 days from when Trump...
And that's why you get the assassin at Mar-a-Lago today. They knew he wasn't out, but it was a warning to Trump. They got plenty of crash dummies there to die, these MK Ultra puppets. It was a warning, the last warning, to start that goddamn war. Don't try to back down, and there is no deal to be had, only a war.
Trump outlined his timeline would have been the Jewish holiday of Purim, which Jews celebrate very differently all around the world. But inside Israel, it's part of this national kind of season of indoctrination. And the way they understand it is, that is when the Persian king Haman was toppled and destroyed because of his plot to eradicate the Jews. And so it's seen almost as an anti-Iranian holiday, or interpreted that way through the Zionist indoctrination system in Israel. So it feels very much like this timeline was provided to Trump by the Israelis. They're also seeking to attack during Ramadan, which, as a member of Knesset recently said, is the period when Muslims are at their weakest. There is no chance that I can see for Netanyahu to get this level of deployment and force posture from the U.S. military, which he has effectively rented out through the millions and millions of dollars Miriam Adelson, his cutout, has donated to Donald Trump. Again, in the Trump administration, this will not happen again. Why? First of all, let's not even go as far as congressional midterms. FIFA is coming up, the World Cup in the United States. Do you think that Trump is going to launch another attack in June, or want to be at war in June still? No, the U.S. thinks that it can do a very rapid fire war like we just saw in Venezuela, where it destroys the enemy's communication systems and defenses very rapidly, and then the enemy capitulates and either agrees to its terms or its regime change. So they're trying to get that certainly by June. And then after that, you have the congressional midterms, in which Trump is probably going to take, and his MAGA coalition will take, a massive thumping. He's underwater. He's at historically low approval ratings right now. So Netanyahu has this one moment to get it done through Trump, a president he exerts more influence over than any other U.S. president. And this is it. And what will happen if Trump actually stands down after sending 2 U.S. aircraft carrier battle groups and more aerial assets, naval assets than in any time since the 2003 U.S. invasion of Iraq? The Israel lobby will be furious. Miriam Adelson will be furious. And just today, George, something happened that I think a lot of people aren't taking into consideration in connection with Donald Trump's motivations and his thinking on Iran, which is deeply disturbing, which is that a man with a shotgun and a gas canister penetrated the security perimeter at his Mar-a-Lago estate and was killed by Secret Service. This, I think, affects Donald Trump's thinking, and he wonders if he will be personally secure if he
Come on now, 1 + 1 is 2. Ain't nobody stupid. This was a message to Trump. Now, we don't need nobody. We understand that here at the Cold Finger TV News Network. We don't need Max or nobody else to tell us what happened in Mar-a-Lago. We don't need George Galloway or no other platform. We are rational thinkers, and we understand what that was at Mar-a-Lago today. That was the last warning to Trump. They tired of playing games with him. They have paid him enough. He's taken his 30 pieces of silver. Now, he's better start this war, and it will be the fall of Donald Trump. He will go down in history as the worst motherfucking president in U.S. history. That's a fact. He's going down as that. And the president that brought down the U.S. empire. He going down as that.
Infuriates the forces of Greater Israel that have effectively gotten him by the short and curlies.
And speaking of those, what did you make of Tucker Carlson's epic interview with probably the most unhinged ambassador the United States has ever had, during which, inter alia, he effectively declared support for any future Israeli wars to take what God promised them, a piece of Egypt, a piece of Jordan, all of Jordan, actually.
If y'all haven't watched the Tucker Carlson interview, Mike Huckabee, you should watch it. It was brilliant. It was masterful. And no other journalists have ever asked any U.S. politician the questions about lineage and what are we doing here today. And Mike Huckabee fell for it saying biblically that the Bible says that those people should have this homeland. But he never really paid attention to what the book said. And from where to where, and what stretch of a homeland. And if you're actually taking it literal, that would mean Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Egypt, Palestine, Syria. You're saying all of that is theirs. And Mike Huckabee had the nerve to say, because he's already in Israel and saying that he believed in the word saying it belonged to Jews. Yes, they can have it all. It's over for them. Now the Arabs is calling for Donald Trump to make a statement. Is this American policy? You goddamn right. That's American policy, no matter what they told those damn Arabs. It's called Greater Israel. And Mike Huckabee, Tucker Carlson trapped that damn fool into saying it.
Which is currently hosting significant U.S. forces for the attack on Iran, Lebanon, a piece of Saudi Arabia, and right up to the Euphrates River in Iraq. This interview that Tucker has elicited from this fool, Huckabee, who has not been repudiated by Donald Trump, who is not the subject of a sacking or any resignation from any State Department diplomat or official, has informed the Arab countries in the US coalition exactly what these neocons have in mind for them. What about Huckabee? What about Tucker?
Well, if the Nobel Peace Prize were not actually now the Nobel War Prize, Tucker would deserve it just for his efforts alone here and for the price he exacted on the warmongers. Tucker Carlson did something that no major U.S. journalist has been willing to do, which is to not only challenge the policy,
That's a fact.
but to challenge and expose the contradictions and hollowness and
Tucker asked Mike Huckabee, well, why don't we just do a DNA test? If you're saying genetically, because we can clear all this up. Because we can know who the descendants of Abraham really is. If you're saying that the people who deserve to be in the land, if we genetically test them, they're going to link back to the descendants of Abraham, then let them just take the DNA test. And Mike Huckabee, he knew what he did. And he knew they can't take no DNA test. It's illegal in Israel because they're Europeans. You can't take a DNA test in Israel. Mike Huckabee said, and this is very key. I might have to do a whole video just on that. The next word came out of his mouth. He said, well, what about if you convert? If you convert to Judaism, do you still have the rights to the land? That is what they did. They converted. That's their starting point. But Tucker forced him to pivot from that genetic BS. It was masterful, and it's all over the internet. It was masterful. But what if you convert? They converted to Judaism, and now they want to steal the land.
sheer insanity of the ideology behind it. That's not just the Christian Zionist ideology of Mike Huckabee, which really is nothing more than a more extreme iteration of the Zionist ideology that animates the Trump administration. It's the Zionist ideology itself. And that's what I think was so brilliant about Tucker Carlson's approach here, was that he went in determined to expose the Christian Zionist and Zionist ideology as something that cannot actually be defended through any rational terms, which is too filled with contradictions to even make sense to the average person. And Mike Huckabee went into contortions and eventually collapsed. And Mike Huckabee is the probably most powerful and well-known living symbol or embodiment of Christian Zionist ideology. And it all fell apart on the question of land and the reality of the policy that the U.S. is supposed to enforce in the region, which historically, going back to Eisenhower, has been that there should, that there should be some Palestinian autonomy and Arab autonomy as well. And what Huckabee said was, no, because of this book, this ancient book, and this sky god, the Jews can have any land they want between the Nile and the Euphrates because that's what the Bible said. And that caused a massive diplomatic incident, which prompted all of the Arab vassal states that normally.
All of them, Saudi Arabia, all of them had to come out. Iran been warning them about this. Now Iran is fighting the U.S. and Israel, and they can't take Iranian land. They're talking about taking your goddamn land, and y'all trying to be friends with them. So now the Arabs got to say, wait a minute, hold on, man. We're going to give y'all the Palestinian lands. No, brother. They want to rule over all of the Arabs, to be. So, hey, what's crazy, I done said this before. They want to do exactly what they did to us, to the Arabs. They want to do exactly what they done to us and rule over us. People cannot contemplate, like, what the fuck? You mean to tell me these colonizers think they're going to rule over all of the Arabs? The Arabs going to be under them. They're going to have a civilization. Yes, they thinking hundreds of years from now, like they did here. Hundreds of years ago, nobody would thought we'd be here now with these goddamn colonizers ruling over us like this in our own land. That's the same thing they was finna do over there.
Normally bow down before the U.S. Saudi Arabia, which just honored Israel's favorite general, the former CENTCOM commander Michael Kurilla. Jordan, which is hosting U.S. anti-missile systems deployed against Iran, to actually issue this statement condemning the U.S. ambassador, something we've never seen before. And this was all because Tucker simply went to Israel and behaved like an actual journalist.
Treated all those kings like they was Palestinians, bro. The kings in the Arab world pissed off because Mike Huckabee said the most powerful U.S. in the Middle East is Mike Huckabee. Not those military generals, it's Mike Huckabee, the U.S. ambassador to Israel. He said that Israel, because of the Bible, got the right to rule over all of that land, bro. Because the Bible, that's dangerous what he said. Very dangerous. And those Arabs understand that now. That now they know what a holy war is. Mike Huckabee talking about this, a Christian and an Israeli holy war against them to rule over them. And God told them to do it. They know they're in big trouble.
And ask these critical questions. I should also mention the first question that Tucker Carlson asked was, why did you secretly meet with Israeli mega spy, convicted traitor to the U.S., Jonathan Pollard, in secret at your embassy? And Huckabee's first answer was to lie. He straight up lied and insinuated that he'd only met Jonathan Pollard twice in the past, just in passing at hotels. The truth was Huckabee had come to Jerusalem starting in 2011 to campaign for Pollard's release, and that they met in private without notifying anyone according to diplomatic protocol that he was meeting with this spy who's still very active in Israeli politics and national security at a dangerous level. And so Huckabee lies, but then what he said to Tucker I thought was so remarkable. He said, you're actually the first journalist to ask me about that meeting with Jonathan Pollard. I mean, it was reported in the New York Times, but since then, no one's asked him about it. So where the hell is the rest of the U.S. media to conduct these interviews, to ask these questions, to even pressure Trump? I mean, you look at the White House briefings, there's no pressure, there's no antagonism or adversarial confrontation about the fact that the U.S. is about to ignite a regional war on behalf of Israel. And so Tucker is really just
Tucker told Mike Huckabee, he was in Israel, told Mike Huckabee to his face on TV, those people are European. They should not be killing indigenous people over there. He told that man, those are Europeans. Oh, the Jews was hot. Something that no American journalist it will look these people in the face and say, you are European. The Bible is not talking about you. Why are you pretending like the Bible is talking about you and giving you the right to steal and kill and do all this? We're not going to be backing that up because you're like, just rip Mike. And Mike Huckabee is a pastor. That's what made it so hilarious. You is a so-called minister. And these people don't even like Jesus over here. And Tucker asked them, why are they spitting on Christians over here? Mike Huckabee just looked like an idiot. Tucker let them know, they spit on Christians. And it's illegal to try to convert anybody over there You cannot go over there and convert people to be Christians. Oh no, they might kill you for that. It's against the law. Mike Huckabee just looked like a fool as Tucker just was just kicking his ass in that interview.
The one journalist doing his job, and he caused a major diplomatic confrontation that might have actually complicated that war.
Well, yes. I mean, in the wake of Huckabee's unrepudiated statements, I stress that Trump hasn't denounced what he said or contradicted it. So at this point, it is extant as American diplomatic.
I mean, what could Trump do? Assassins are showing up everywhere he go now. He can't say too much or nothing. They got him by his throat. They got the U.S. government by their throat. They got the Epstein files. They're going to get that war, and the U.S. is going down. That's just it.
Policy, if unstated by anyone other than their ambassador to Israel. But for example, Saudi Arabia, how do they support an American attack on Iran when the U.S. embassy in Tel Aviv or in Jerusalem even has just informed them that Israel is fully entitled to take a part of their country? It really acutely embarrasses the Sunni.
Huckabee is telling you, if Iran is defeated, what they're going to do, they're going to take them lands. They don't finish. This is the last piece. Saddam was in the way. Gaddafi was in the way. They were supporting Palestine. They were doing what the Iranians is doing. Iran wasn't back in Palestine like that when Saddam and Gaddafi was standing tall. That's a fact. It was Gaddafi and Saddam. Iran didn't start doing this till later. They seen, oh, this is a strategy you can fight back with the Zionists. Oh, back some Palestinian groups, some Sunnis, because they were Sunnis and stuff like that. You know, but if Iran fall, shit, the Middle East belong to Israel. Ain't no real armies. The Saudi Arabia, they don't got no goddamn, that old paper tiger army. It's no more real armies in the Middle East. Unless Turkey. And I got the video from the Israeli defense minister saying Turkey is the next Iran. They're saying Turkey's next. That's crazy. Turkey is part of NATO.
Muslim Arab states, doesn't it?
Well, absolutely. I mean, this is just what's one humiliation after another for them. But what can they do? What kind of leverage can they have? What kind of leverage does Turkey have to push back? I know they don't want this war. I mean, it's right on their border. It's going to be massively destabilizing. But what can they do as a NATO member? What can they do when they're, you have 5 major families who control the construction industry and have financial ties to Tel Aviv that are based in Istanbul? I mean, I put this question to people in the region who have connections to those governments, and they really don't have any leverage. What leverage does Iran have? Well, it has a revolutionary system that is existing almost against its own will outside of the financial infrastructure which we see and the networks that we see articulated and exposed through the Epstein emails. I mean, who is Jeffrey Epstein meeting with? You constantly hear this phrase, the Epstein class now. Who is he meeting with so often at his townhouse in New York when there was a UN General Assembly? He'd say, well, I'm going to have the Qataris over, and then my friend Suleiman from the United Arab Emirates is coming over, and he's meeting with the Saudis, and he's then surrounded by Zionists, Jewish Zionists. So that's the Epstein class, and Iran exists outside of it. And what leverage does Iran have? It has ballistic missiles. It has a now civilian nuclear program with potential breakout capacity, and it's willing to use it to defend its revolutionary system. None of these other countries will do so. So the best we get from them is a strongly worded statement, which I think the U.S. and Israel will disregard in their war planning. However, Saudi Arabia does understand, and some of these other Sunni states do understand, that Israel as a regional hegemon, if it is able to somehow overpower Iran and get regime change, that they will be next. There's not going to be an alliance of equals within the Abraham Accords, or what we could call the Epstein Accords. They will be treated as vassals and junior partners, and they'll be stomped on unless they do something.
Well, let's turn to, and you have a working hypothesis that for the reasons you gave, which are absolutely sound, Trump imminently goes ahead with all this. I predict that it might not be over by the time of the World Cup. The bombing may be over, but the reverberations of the bombing, just like the reverberations of the bombing of Baghdad, will rumble on for decades.
You're right. I mean, this is a historically pivotal moment that will last. If war is ignited, it will affect the rest of our lives, and it will be more devastating for the global economy, for our societies, than the invasion of Iraq, for sure. Let me just make one point about predictions. I'm not predicting at a 100% rate an imminent attack on Iran. There might still be an off-ramp there, but the predators will come back because of the presence of Greater Israel and the desperation of Greater Israel. I pointed to an article in Israel's most popular newspaper, Yediot Aharonot, citing security sources, reporting that Israeli security officials are speaking to their American counterparts about the stakes here, and they are concerned that Iran has already reached military parity with Israel, and this is not acceptable. You know, the U.S. has this qualitative military edge policy where Israel must get more weapons and must receive more military support than any other regional, not even adversary, but even regional ally like Egypt. And now Iran is reaching parity with its ballistic missile program, and Israel it feels like it's in an existential moment. And if it does not destroy the Islamic Republic and completely degrade its military capacity, maybe balkanize Iran, plunge it into civil war as it did to Syria, then Israel is going to have to go to the table and negotiate with the axis of resistance. And that, for them, they cannot allow that to happen. So I think whether it happens now or not, Israel will keep pushing and keep the destabilization coming. And as you said, George, it's not going to be a war that can be cleanly decided in a matter of weeks or even months. It could lead to civil war. It will involve all regional allies. Iran is saying this openly, that they will activate their allies in Ansar Allah in Yemen, Hezbollah, and elsewhere, the popular mobilization units in Iraq. It will be a regional war. It will involve attacks on shipping. They will attempt to close the Strait of Hormuz. And I think the only option that the Zionist axis of the US and Israel have for heading off that scenario is massive, massive force to prevent the closure of the Strait of Hormuz and completely neutralize Iran's retaliatory capacity in the first few days. And that might actually involve using tactical nuclear weapons, which would be unprecedented in the post-war period and would be destabilizing on its own.
Well, I think that's perfectly possible. And I think that's what Trump is constantly darkly hinting at when he talks about unimaginable. You will not be able to imagine what we can do to you. Do you see any significance in the fact that Vice President Vance and Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard are reportedly opposed to this attack on Iran? And can they still prevail?
I'm sure Tulsi Gabbard's opposed to it based on her public statements going back years. J.D. Vance certainly not excited about it. And he's someone who has stated his opposition to it and confirmed last year, seated in the what was sort of the empty anchor chair of TPUSA's program at Real American Voice that used to belong to Charlie Kirk, that Charlie Kirk had been the only major movement figure to storm into the White House and tell Donald Trump, do not do this. Do not support Israel's attack on Iran. Now, Charlie Kirk's dead. J.D. Vance is the vice president, but I don't think he's as influential on this policy as someone like Marco Rubio, whose career has been fueled with donations by not just the Adelsons, but also Paul Singer, another ultra-Zionist MAGA backer from Elliott Capital Management. Marco Rubio is playing a much more decisive role, and I think J.D. Vance is in the back seat. Tulsi Gabbard is not even in the room. As I reported last June, citing administration sources, Tulsi Gabbard was pushed out of briefings in which Trump was involved by Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff. And who is Susie Wiles? She's someone who was actually hired by Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, as an advisor for his 2020 presidential ministerial campaign. So consider that. The White House chief of staff literally worked for Netanyahu and is keeping all the dissenters, the so-called Vance faction, out of the room. J.D. Vance was holding his own briefings at the time and including all voices, but it was really when Trump was in the room with John Ratcliffe, who was being briefed by the Mossad, Michael Kurilla at the time, he was the CENTCOM chief who was being briefed by the chief of staff of the Israeli Defense Forces, and Susie Wiles was keeping all the other voices out of the room. Now what are we seeing? Steve Witkoff, this is Fox News just reported this. Steve Witkoff, who doesn't hold any official role in the administration and is very tied to the Zionist movement, has actually publicly said that Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in 1 week. So straight up WMD style propaganda that Donald Trump is hearing. And I think he's very isolated there. And also I think he's personally anxious about his own security. As I said, I'll have a report about this out early this week. And, hopefully the region is not in flames by then.
Susie Wiles, of course, would appear to have been given the contract on Tucker Carlson to provide for the effective anathematization of Tucker Carlson and his abolition, basically, from a right-wing movement company. Now, Max, I almost daren't ask this last question. Where are the Democrats in all of this? Everything that we hear, certainly across the pond, is the different factions of MAGA, the different factions of the Trump movement. But is there anybody else in American politics? I mean, any leading figure had anything to say on this?
That's a great question. And it speaks to why it's been so easy for Donald Trump to mass so much force around the periphery of Iran without explaining anything to the American public or going to Congress. Because you have Chuck Schumer, who has called himself the Shomer, using the Hebrew word for protector of Israel, as Senate Minority Leader. He just finished up a book tour on a book about anti-Semitism. Then you've got Speaker Emeritus Nancy Pelosi, who still commands massive influence over the House Democrats, declaring in a recent interview at the Munich Security Conference that the U.S. should use more economic power to destroy Iran's economy. And then you have AOC representing the progressive forces in Congress, at least as its most influential, popular face and voice, who polls very well among social media savvy millennials and Gen Zers, who only yesterday brought herself to issue a statement against the war. Just a few words: no war with Iran. She didn't really explain why there should be no war. Nothing, no forceful rhetoric there. And then you could see that her advisors, specifically her advisor, Matt Duss, seized on this statement to make her qualify it and declare that actually the Democrats should be pushing for regime change in Iran and pushing for these, regime change riots more. And, she supports all of those measures. She just doesn't want to see a war. So she's being controlled by gatekeepers. And there are some principled voices among the Democrats who are doing the right thing, which is to force Trump to go to Congress. And they're teaming up with principled figures like Thomas Massie on the other side of the aisle. If Donald Trump does have to go to Congress, it's going to make this war a whole lot more complicated. And you can actually see that as pressure rises for him to go to Congress for a vote, to force the vote, there's more momentum for negotiations and for a deal with Iran. But as I said before, then you have this other force that can't be reined in called Greater Israel.
How do we, sorry, I said that was the last question, but it's tantalizing, Max, when I've got you here.
Yeah.
We've talked about the role of money, the Adelsons and the Singer and all the other big backers. And we've talked about the power of these evangelical, so-called Christian Zionist people like Huckabee. Is this state capture really all attributable to campaign donations and the political weight of the evangelicals, or as well as cash, is it compromat? And has, in your view, it become clear enough that Epstein and maybe other Epsteins have gathered enough compromat on American politicians as to, added to the money and added to the evangelical factor, effectively given Israel and the Israel lobby really more or less complete control of the American political system?
I've always argued that the compromise or the compromising or blackmail is happening right in front of our faces. I mean, AIPAC created the CIA director, John Ratcliffe, as a member of Congress. They recruited him when he was a backbench, when he was actually a small town lawyer outside Dallas. And when he first ran for Congress, they came in and made sure he won, and they are responsible for his whole career. Same with Marco Rubio. Same with Mike Waltz, who's now the U.S. ambassador, but was the National Security Council director. I released the audio of the AIPAC director stating this in private that I obtained through a source. So that in some ways is compromise. They can just pull the plug on these figures if they want to. And the AIPAC new CEO, Elliot Brandt, he said, we have these lines now in the White House and we're going to call in these favors. Then you do have, Epstein, the Epstein saga. Netanyahu doesn't like this. The Israelis don't like it. They don't like that people see Epstein as someone who's connected to Israel and potentially was an asset of Israeli intelligence. They want it shut down. You can actually see kind of like their propagandists, their more elite boutique propagandists in the media who circle around these publications like Free Press, which was founded by Barry Weiss, or Compact Magazine, which seems to be funded by Peter Thiel, who was an Epstein associate. Bill Ackman is another figure who is tied to Epstein. They're really trying to shut this down and, poke holes in the whole narrative that Epstein was a sex trafficker. And it's not working. It just won't go away. Then you have Donald Trump. He's mentioned over 5,000 times in this latest January 30th tranche of over 3 million emails. But there's nothing particularly compromising there about Trump that I've seen yet. These photos we said we were going to see of Trump with, young girls on his lap and so on. Haven't seen those yet. So why is Trump behaving so strangely around Epstein? And why is he sought to prevent the release? Why does his FBI behave so strangely? It seems to me that Trump is protecting others who are close to him, who may have leverage over him for other reasons. And so I think this is much bigger than Epstein. And what we're seeing with Epstein and the Epstein class is symbolic of something much larger. It's what I would call the conspiracy of late stage capitalism. Essentially, it's not an economic system that we're living under. We're living under a conspiracy of oligarchs, which defines the system. I can give an example of that. Jeffrey Epstein, I think, was introduced to so many of the influential people he met, including, I think, Prince Andrew, by Lady Lynn DeForester Rothschild. I might be getting this wrong, but he was a representative for the Rothschild family. And who is Lady Lynn DeForester Rothschild? She's been close to Hillary Clinton. She, used to be married to very important New York power brokers. Then she married a Rothschild, and she founded something in 2014 that very few people are aware of called the Conference on Inclusive Capitalism. I'm looking at a BBC report right now, and this is from 2014. Men and women who hold some 30 trillion of assets under management, that's 1/3 of the world's investable assets, will gather in London on Tuesday. The Prince of Wales gathered there, Bill Clinton, Christine Lagarde, who is heading the IMF, and Mark Carney, who was a Bank of England governor. Remember the Bank of England, which was basically founded by the Rothschilds? He's now the Premier of Canada. They were all gathered there by this woman who was being represented in so many ways by Epstein. So Epstein's about something so much bigger, and Trump is running cover for that system. And at the same time, I think he's very personally anxious about his security and his own family's security if he defies them, which he said he would do during his campaign.
And don't forget Lucky Luke, the Commerce Secretary.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He turns out to have made billions on the failure of Trump's tariff policy to get through the Supreme Court. You couldn't make that up.
Well, that's a great point. I mean, Howard Lutnick is such a central figure in all this. He's someone who lied about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and actually was planning to go to Epstein Island after he said he broke all ties in 2005. Epstein's major investor, Les Wexner, along with Epstein, helped Lutnick move into the townhome on the other side of Epstein's wall. I mean, it was a historic townhome, and they arranged this sale through shell companies that they set up. Howard Lutnick.
Nathan Watkins doesn't believe in limits, especially limits on your property taxes. Watkins testified against Governor Abbott's property tax caps, saying,
"Tax caps are revenue caps."
Nathan Watkins is reckless, and he'll leave you in his dust.
For small business owners, taxes was more questions than answers. Now taxes is a TurboTax.
Is a deeply corrupt figure. That's his financial model, which is the financial model of the system under which we live, late-term capitalism. So Howard Lutnick set up, it looks like to many people in MAGA, that he set up the tariff policy to fail so he and his sons could cash in. He has a 26-year-old son who he has made CEO of Cantor Fitzgerald, his firm. And they gambled that the tariffs would fail, and so they get to profit on the tariff rebates. They've got their hands in so many different cookie jars, financial cookie jars. There's also the crypto policy. Trump is deregulating crypto, and Howard Lutnick is overseeing the deregulation of crypto. And at the same time, he has a $600 million investment, 5% of total assets, in the company that controls stablecoin. And that company, Tether, was moved to El Salvador under the Trump administration's watch, to the country controlled by the crypto gulag master, Nayib Bukele, because crypto companies there pay zero taxes and face zero regulation. And then when he was accused of a conflict of interest, Howard Lutnick transferred control of that $600 million stake in Tether to guess who? His 26-year-old son, who he put in charge at Cantor Fitzgerald. The corruption is just staring us in the face. And it's at the same time, it's so vast and so overwhelming. Eric Trump just taking control of a publicly traded Israeli drone company that is going to claim, record kills going forward. It's so vast and so over the top that it's impossible to keep track of. And I think many Americans have just thrown up their hands, or they're just throwing in the towel. They're like, I give up. We don't live in a democracy. Nothing's affordable. We can't fight back. And, there's this hopelessness that's prevailing.
No wonder Lutnick's always laughing, even when President Trump is talking about his stroke of luck in not going into work in the Twin Towers that fateful day on 9/11.
Days left and Trump's presidency is on the line. Let me say this plainly. If the United States goes to war with Iran in the next week or two, it could be devastating for the United States of America, militarily, economically, politically, and it could become the defining moment of President Trump's entire presidency. Because this isn't Afghanistan. This isn't people fighting on camels, a 20-year war that we lost in a devastating fashion, by the way. This isn't fighting Houthi rebels in Yemen. By the way, we couldn't even beat them. We struck them over 1,000 times and it didn't stop them. So we just gave up and we turned tail and we stopped bombing them. We lost. The Houthis beat us. Let that sink in. Iran is a modern military power with hypersonic missiles, a huge missile force, hardened infrastructure, proxies across the entire region, backing from Russia and China when it matters. The second this kicks off, United States troops and bases become the bullseye. And look at the posture right now. Even mainstream outlets are describing one of the largest U.S. buildups in the region since 2003, the invasion of Iraq, the Gulf War, carriers, warships, jets. I spoke to sources in the Middle East who said they haven't seen anything like this since the invasion of the Gulf.
Revolution is real life. Salute, soldier.
The whole package is there. And at a cost to you and I, the taxpayers, hundreds of millions of dollars, by the way. The president has talked about an 8-day deadline for a deal and warned that Iran has really bad things will happen if they don't comply. Iran's answer has been consistent. Hit us and we retaliate against U.S. forces across the region with a devastating attack.
Iranian leaders have said any attack by the United States, limited or not, would cause them to unleash their vast missile arsenal at U.S. bases vulnerable to attack in Qatar, UAE, and Bahrain, home to the U.S. Navy's Fifth Fleet. The amount of military hardware the Pentagon is positioning in the region signals it is not a question of if, but when.
Here's what the cable news Mockingbird media refuses to say out loud: that you can start a war with a press conference, but you don't control the second and the third order consequences. And, Fox News and CNN would love nothing more than a war because for them, it means ratings. Well, China and Russia are watching everything that we move into the Gulf. We're showing our cards, broadcasting our limits, and daring them to test us elsewhere. Aircraft carriers in the region. Hey, massive aircraft carriers, why don't you hit these giant floating targets with hypersonic missiles? And all of this is happening when our equipment is old, depleted, exhausted. That's not me saying that. That's United States military experts saying that. We've given huge stores of our weapons to Ukraine, depleted our entire stockpiles. And as military experts point out, our military is designed for a post-World War II era, and that era is now gone. Establishment media, which of course, as I pointed out, loves wars, is saying a war with Iran would be a nasty, brutal fight. So they're even admitting it. And think about the Straits of Hormuz. Roughly a fifth of the world's oil moves through that choke point. If this turns into a protracted fight, shipping gets disrupted, you're looking at an economic shock that hits every American family and affects all of us. Groceries, interest rates, putting gas in our car, everything.
I think Iran will shut down the Strait of Hormuz, shut down oil production, kill a lot of Americans, destroy Israel. And hopefully somebody very smart is whispering this reality in Trump's ear, up to including the fact that we could lose an aircraft carrier if we're not careful.
That's Scott Ritter, former U.S. Marine, former UN weapons inspector who discovered that Saddam Hussein didn't have weapons of mass destruction, told Congress, even though Netanyahu told us that it did, and that's why Congress felt the need to go to war in Iraq. He told us the truth when everyone else was lying. Millions of Iraqis died. Thousands of Americans came home in body bags as a result if they'd only listened to him. And furthermore, listen to the people who have actually worn the uniform, like Scott Ritter, and led troops into battle like Colonel Daniel Davis. He says we're going to attack. You don't build up this much firepower for nothing, but he says the quiet part out loud, we will lose.
I don't see any other attainable military objective short of attempting a regime change with all of this combat power. But I don't see that being a militarily attainable mission at all. So I don't see any attainable military operation other than we could blow up a lot of stuff. We could shoot a bunch of missiles. We can kill a bunch of people. But at the end of the day, if you're not going to even have the threat to go in with several 100,000 boots on the ground to conquer a country, all you can do is blow up a bunch of stuff. And then you have a situation like the Houthis where all they have to do is not lose and stay viable. And then they can be a thorn in your side forever.
Davis's point is Iran is not a soft target. This would be a massive fight against missiles, drones, air defense systems, and serious command structure, not a quick victory lap for our out-of-date military. Just think about this. Our military aircraft relies on freaking precious metals that we get from China, and we don't have it right now. We don't have any at home. Scott Ritter made a great point a few weeks ago. Someone told Trump, you better not do this right around the new year because we are not militarily able to do it.
And he was warned by smarter people in the national security system that if he started a conflict with Iran, it wasn't going to go the way he thought it would, that the United States would be embarrassed, humiliated, and would take months, if not years, to build up the military force to prevail. And so Trump backed off, claiming that he was sparing Iranian lives because he's such a great humanitarian.
So what changed from a few weeks ago? Well, the answer is nothing changed. Our military is the same it was a few weeks ago, only more tired and more stretched thin. And we're going to bomb Iran now? And now put this into the political frame that matters. Americans voted for Trump on three main things: the border, the economy, no more Middle Eastern wars. And here's the part that makes me furious. Trump is being fed canards, total lies. It'll be easy. It'll be quick. Iran will fold. And who's pressuring him the hardest? Well, Netanyahu comes to town again last week, begs him again a seventh time at the White House. It's the same neocon voices who always want the next war, never pay the price when it blows up. Ben Shapiro's of the world, the Mark Levins of the world, Lindsey Graham's of the world. They'll cheer from a studio while American families carry the cost that they don't care about. Tucker Carlson's interview with Ambassador Mike Huckabee this week exposed that divide. It was like watching a murder on live television. Tucker Carlson destroyed him. Tucker asked the most basic questions. How many Americans actually support a war with Iran?
How much does it matter what Americans think?
Well, it matters every bit what Americans think. That's why Americans vote. It's why Americans have the opportunity to have free speech. We want them to have that.
Okay, so what percentage of Americans support a war with Iran?
I don't know. Do you know?
I do. I think it's around, I saw the numbers yesterday. I think it was like 21%.
Okay.
You've got a great idea for an app, and you can't believe that no one else has thought of it yet. You're sure this idea would sell like...
Is that enough to have a war with Iran?
We don't live in a world where you have a poll taken to find out whether our policy should be a particular direction.
It's like watching that. You're wondering, what world am I living in? These sick people don't care about Americans at all. Ivan Reichland summed it up perfectly in a tweet. He said, watch this next clip. It's the perfect summation of those that want America to be first instead of Huckabee's world, who wants America to be second. Watch.
I guess what I'm saying is that most Americans, I've never met an American who thinks, other than like the people who have ideological reasons to pretend they think it, that the imminent threat to America is anything having to do with Iran. The imminent threats to America include bankruptcy from too much debt, your son ODing on fentanyl, your neighborhood completely changing, because unlike Israel, Americans don't have a right to their country. It can just be completely changed by their legislature, and new people can show up from foreign countries and not speak your language, and there's nothing you can do about it because you don't have a right because you're not Bibi. Can you feel the resentment? Because it's real. I'm not against Israel. I'm against the total destruction.
You hide that very well.
I'm mad at my lawmakers for not protecting my country with the care they've protected Israel. How do we have 60 million illegal aliens if they protected my country? I love the fact I campaigned for Trump because he said he would close the border. He did. Amen. Thank you, Trump.
You inferred that we do more for Israel than we do for ourselves. Do you believe that?
Where's the care? Where's the concern? Where's the, holy smokes, there are drug cartels in your neighborhood? You're telling me about the border with Lebanon and like Hezbollah, whatever you call it, in some Latin American country? I don't care.
He nailed it. The only nut jobs defending Huckabee are the normal Zionist Israel first shills like Mark Levin, Randy Fine, Ted Cruz. Americans don't want a war with Iran. It will devastate this country, period. I hope President Trump is paying attention and not just listening to Netanyahu, because I think this is the defining moment of his presidency. With our military in tatters, despite what they say, America $39 trillion in debt, we can't afford this huge mistake. And yet it looks like over the next 2 weeks, we are fully heading to war with Iran. So that's the news portion.
In the event President Trump gives the order to attack Iran and it goes poorly, he stands a very good chance of being impeached. And if it goes really bad, he stands a chance of being actually removed from office. The first time in American history that will have happened. Now, right now, nobody in the administration thinks that that's a possibility. In fact, nobody anywhere right now in the political environment of the United States thinks that's possible. Because right now, Trump has been doing literally anything he wants to, and he's getting away with everything. Lots of people have said this or that, but no action has been taken by anything. Even the Supreme Court striking down part of his issues with tariffs here just a couple of days ago, even that had a big caveat in that he simply moved to something else and went on. Doesn't matter if he violated the law and those things, he just shrugged his shoulders and went on to something else and then doubled down on that, or 15% down, depending on how you want to characterize it. He went on, and that's kind of how things have gone in this administration. And no matter how many things that are egregiously violate the law, violate the Constitution, they've had no consequence, because so far nothing really bad has happened to the country. But if that changes, so too do the political calculations. And I don't think anybody in the administration is even thinking that's a possibility. They should start thinking about that before he pulls the trigger. Let me explain why. Last night on Fox News, Laura Trump interviewed Steve Witkoff, and we got a little insight into the negotiations that have been taking place with Iran. Now, in this particular section I'm going to show you here, Steve Witkoff was explaining how the negotiations were going and how perplexed President Trump is at the lack of an outcome.
I know that we have red lines here from the U.S. How about over with Iran?
The president asked me that this morning, and I don't want to use the word frustrated. It's almost because he understands he's got plenty of alternatives. But it's curious. He's curious as to why they haven't, I don't want to use the word capitulated, but why they haven't capitulated. Why under this sort of pressure with the amount of sea power, naval power that we have over there, why they haven't come to us and said, we profess that we don't want a weapon. So here's what we're prepared to do. And yet it's hard to sort of get them to that place.
All right, look, I don't know who needs to hear this, but my man just tried that new 100 milligram generic Viagra for only 80.
He used the right word there. That's what they're being asked to do, is to capitulate, to surrender. And by the way, in the last part of that clip there, he says, look, they profess to not want a nuclear weapon, so why don't they just do that? If that was what was really on the table, just don't have a nuclear weapon, they were prepared to negotiate with that. They weren't prepared to shut everything down, but they were prepared to significantly limit their reprocessing capacity with inspections, with intrusive capabilities to the external eyes and all that, to validate, to prove to the world that they were not pursuing a nuclear weapon. That was on the table, but that's not all that was actually on the table from our side. That's not all what they were asked to do.
And we're going to show you exactly why that was in just a second. But how can anybody be surprised that the Iranians are not going to surrender and just lay down? I mean, have we not paid any attention since 1979? I mean, you can dislike the Iranian regime. You can outright hate them. But you also have to understand where they're coming from and what they're likely to do. That's just used to pass for common sense, or just the very base elemental entry point for negotiations and diplomacy, to understand what the other side felt important, where their values were, what was important to them, what hills they were willing to die on, which ones they might give in on. You have to understand that baseline foundation so that you know where is the possibility of having an outcome that I want at a low and affordable cost. The most foolish thing is to ignore all of that, just come in with a bulldozer and say, it's an ultimatum. It's not a negotiation. Here's the terms, agree to them, and I won't kill you. That just doesn't work very often. Sometimes it does, but all too often it has the opposite effect, and it hardens resolve on the other side. And then it makes it, if you go in, you have to go in with a bulldozer, and then it causes a lot more damage. It costs you a lot more to go in, and it raises the prospect for things to go sideways. And that's where I think we are here, possibly on the eve of a strike. We've been in this position for a number of days now, and it hasn't happened so far. According to some news reports that were floating around the United States yesterday, lots of reports that and apparently one of the reasons why, because Trump keeps getting some pushback from his vice president and from the director of national intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard. Apparently, according to reports, those two have been pushing back. May they keep pushing, may he keep listening, because there is a whole chorus. We've been talking about them. This whole merchants of death have been, pushing Trump every way they could to go through with this. And apparently Trump is not listening. In fact, there was a news piece out last night that said Lindsey Graham was aware of this and was telling Trump, ignore those voices, go anyway. We'll see who's going to win on that. But let's take a look at, why we're in this spot here and how that battle inside the administration for Trump's ear, how that's going to work out. Because let's look back a little bit more at the Steve Witkoff comment there. I just showed you where he said, yes, this is, we're surprised that they didn't take what that was offered here. Well, let's see exactly what was offered, because here he talks about what the terms were in that offer.
Well, I think the president he gave Jared and I direction before we went over there. There were red lines, zero enrichment. We have to have the material back. They say that it's all about their civil program, and yet they've been enriching well beyond the number that you need for civil nuclear. It's up to 60%. They're probably a week away from having industrial grade bomb making material. And that's really dangerous. So I can't have that. This is something that they have to stick with until they prove to us that, they can behave.
Until they can behave. That by itself is really kind of condescending. And who would be surprised if people wouldn't listen to that? But look, what he's talking about there is again in kind of a vacuum. You see, well, they had 60% reprocessed grade uranium, more than what's needed for any kind of civilian nuclear program for energy power. It's not needed for any of that. It's not even for research. That's a maximum 20%. So they're way over the top of that. So they have to prove that they're not doing that, et cetera. Why were they doing that? Why were they going at 60%? Had they always been going at 60%? We have to go back again to 2018 when President Trump withdrew the United States unilaterally out of the JCPOA, the nuclear agreement with Iran, where they had limits to 3.67%, if memory serves. Very small percentage here, very small amounts. They could have very small amounts of reprocessed material in their country, and they didn't. We pulled out of it because we said, no, we want a better deal. We want to include long-range missiles, which Iran categorically said they would never do. They have continued from that day until this, 8 years later now, still categorically, they will not do that. So you're asking them to do something that would cause them to surrender, and not even just cause them to surrender. If the offer on the table was, if you do these things and you surrender to our demands, then you can live a life, then that still would be unlikely, but it would at least be in the ballpark for a conversation. But that's not what we're offering. We're offering an opportunity for them to disarm
and to get rid of their ability to defend themselves. And then it's an almost guaranteed that the Israeli Defense Forces will do what they have done many times in the region in recent months, not even years, and that they would just devastate Iran, because then they would be unable to defend themselves. So it would be a literal suicide for them to do so, and they've used those terms in their renunciation of that. So again, you have to ask, why would you be surprised? But you're also saying, hey, you also have to, for this negotiation, it's not just the reprocessing, it's also no missiles, no support to the proxies, et cetera. Those are some of the things that were laid down as red lines. So this is just going in and asking the Iranian side to just lay down their arms and surrender. That's all we're asking. And we're surprised that they're going down that way. Now, if anybody, Steve Witkoff is kind of he's actually pretty good in camera. I actually gave him some credit earlier in this tenure, where he was working both with the Iranians, but primarily with the Russians initially. And I said, hey, he's doing a decent job diplomatically, better than a lot of folks have done in the recent past. And bottom line is he's really good in his presentation, but it's the terms that he's talking about that's a problem. Well, everybody's not quite so genteel. And 3 days ago, we had Senator Ted Cruz, who, again, is closely aligned with the White House, closely aligned with President Trump, is a big-time influencer on President Trump, and certainly talks a lot of things that support what he says. So when he goes on Fox News to say what he thinks about these negotiations, it seems to have the imprimatur of the White House. Here's what he said 3 days ago.
Donald Trump gave the exact same offer to Maduro. You can leave, you can live a life of wealth and opulence away from power. And Maduro told Trump no. And on January 3rd of this year, we sent the Delta Force down there. We apprehended him. He's going to be prosecuted. Nicolas Maduro will die in prison. The Ayatollah and the mullahs have a choice. Do you want to be forcibly removed, or do you want to accept the opportunity to leave? I hope the Ayatollah has more sense than Noriega and Maduro had.
So he's like saying, okay, the mask is off here. This is not about negotiating away your long-range missiles, not about negotiating away your proxy support, and certainly not about the nuclear program, which we already had a deal in place that did more than what Trump is even asking for right now back in 2015 and in 2018 when we got out of it. So those are just canards. But you see here, Cruz said the truth out loud. We're telling you it's regime change. We can do it the hard way, or we can do it the easy way. And he says, look at what happened to Maduro. And he talked about Noriega and some others before that. And he said, look, this is the deal that we do. When we've decided that you no longer get to stay in power, your choices are either walk away, or we come in and either kill you or take you. But in the case of what we're doing now, no one's talking about having a Maduro-style snatch and grab. That's obviously off the table, and there's a profoundly more greater amount of combat power. And so there's no question about that this time. It's not either walk away or we're going to come snatch you. It's now then you either walk away or we come in and kill you and destroy your regime. So when President Trump is alleged to have been surprised that the Iranians didn't capitulate, that either was a lie or a holy crap, you've got to be kidding me, when you're openly signaling, and of course Lindsey Graham has been just as outspoken as Ted Cruz has, that you are telling the regime that they have to walk away from power or you're coming in, then the only actual opportunity you have is for war. You literally there is no diplomacy. Let's be crystal clear on this. Whether Trump is going to go in, I don't know. If he's going to try to find some face-saving way to get some kind of reprocessing deal, the only thing that's even on the table from the Iranian side is somewhere around 20%, not even below that. And they've not talked anything about actually getting taken out of the country the 60% reprocessed material that they have still hidden away somewhere, don't know where. That's the only thing they're talking about. So Trump is going to have an incredibly difficult time at this point to avoid making good on his threat to go in, because he's not going to get what he's asked for. So he has boxed himself into a corner to where that's what he's left himself with. So the question is going to be whether something happens later today, whether something happens in a week from now, 2 weeks from now, who knows, whenever. It doesn't make any difference.
The question is going to be what happens next. Well, let's take a look at what is on the table right now, because this was as of last night. This is all the U.S. combat power we have in the region, and it is a profound amount. It is somewhere around 50% of all our aerial refueling tankers. There are somewhere between 200 and 250 fighter aircraft of various types that are in and around the region that are within range of attacking Iran. We have, I think it's, 30 something, 20%, I'm sorry, of all the C-17, the C-5 transport aircraft. I mean, everything you can have for a long sustained operation. So when they say that this is going to be a weeks long campaign, they are prepared and we are equipped to make good on that. Now, of course, the question is what's going to happen on the backside? What are the Iranians going to do on that? And how are they going to try to repel that kind of firepower? Again, it's important to point out here that the U.S. standard here to win means you have to accomplish your objective, which is the removal of the Iranian regime. That is our standard. We have set it for ourselves. We're going to go in, and the objective is to eradicate the Mullah regime.
Nathan Watkins doesn't believe in limits, especially limits on your property taxes. Watkins testified against their
and not allow us to get rid of the regime. And if they can go on for many months or even years, as is the case of the Iranians, of the Ukrainians against their war against Russia, then that will be a tactical and strategic victory. Just like the Taliban, they weathered everything we had for 20 years, and then they finally came back to power. They outlasted us and drove us away, as Vietnam had done before, as the Houthis have done here in this current environment here. They outlasted us. The cost was too high, so we just quit trying and left. That's their objective. They see that America has a history of these foreign wars of choice, especially thousands of miles away from our borders that have nothing to do with our national security interests. It's not an unreasonable strategy to have. It's an incredibly costly one. And there's almost no doubt that many of their senior leaders are going to die. And they know that full well. Their eyes are wide open. As a matter of fact, let's take a look at who's putting their defenses together. And it's Ali Larijani, who was a former commander of the IRGC. I believe he was also a former foreign minister and is currently one of their senior national security officials. He said, and this is in today's New York Times, "We are ready in our country," Mr. Larijani said in an interview with Al Jazeera this month. He said, "We are definitely more powerful than before. We have prepared in the past 7-8 months. We have found our weaknesses and fixed them. We are not looking for a war, and we won't start a war. But if they forced it on us, we will respond." And I think that there's every reason to think that that's the case. I mean, that's logical. It's rational. Whatever you think of the Iranian regime, about their mullahs, about their form of government, doesn't make any difference. They are very intelligent people. There's no question about it. The Persian people and the culture for literally thousands of years has been that way. They're highly educated. And they are smart people. You can dislike their policies, you can hate them personally, whatever floats your boat. But what you can't do, unless you want to be foolish, is you can't also ascribe to them stupidity. So in all likelihood, and we know their technological capabilities in some categories are quite good. We seen them demonstrated. We don't have to take anybody's word for it. We know that their offensive missile capacity is quite good. The technology in their missiles are good. We've been showing you some video of recent times of some of these big tunnels they have in throughout Iran. Who knows where they're hidden? I mean, they're huge tunnels where they have all kinds of manufacturing underground. They have storage facilities underground. They have probably tens of thousands of these long-range drones that are fueled up or prepared and ready to go. Can be brought out of their tunnels at the various locations, many of which some we know, some we don't know. There are, of course, their long-range missiles are the biggest one, and some suggest they have maybe 2,000 of these really good ones. Others have said maybe 3,000. Some others suggested even more. We don't know that either. Even our best intelligence, we don't know for sure what's under the ground there. So we can only take it by faith that there is some amount of good technology there. So we are going to go in there, and what we don't know, we know for sure that they have some level of technology for missiles. We know that they can penetrate our air defenses. We know that they can strike targets. What we don't know is about their air defense right now, because that's a big mystery. There's some things that may have come in from both China and from Russia in the last few months. There's lots of rumors, nothing firm on that. We don't know for sure. So they may only have what they had before, which was primarily S-300s, S-200s from the Soviet stockpiles, et cetera. They have some of their own domestically produced things too. And let's see, I think I do have this image here. This is kind of where they are scattered. I know you can't read on the screen here, but all these blue icons throughout the screen you're seeing on here, these are where we think the best advice we have on intelligence telling us where their air defense systems are. But you see they're spread throughout the border area and then also deeper into the country. A lot of reporting has also said this week that represents what we see out there is about a quarter of their air defense capability. And if they're smart, these reports would be logical. Don't know for sure they're doing this, but it would be logical that they would have a substantial number of them in bunkers hidden in these underground tunnels. And so that when the initial waves of American aircraft comes over and the expected comes in, because it'll be priority target number one to eliminate their air defense capabilities, their radars especially, but also the missile batteries to knock those things out so that subsequent waves that are coming in then will go after their offensive missile capacity, especially their fixed launch sites that we certainly have a large, pretty high level of confidence of where those things are. They'll come in too. If Iran is smart, and according to these reports they are, then once we have that initial wave come through, then other air defense systems will come out subsequent to that and start taking down our aircraft there. Don't know if that's true or not. Don't know if they have that capability. It's something we can't eliminate. Like everybody else, we're going to have to wait and see how it rolls out. Who knows? Maybe it could come out that that's all aspirational. It's just fictitious that they just said it. It's deception to try to make us think they're capable, and really they're not. And maybe our airplanes come in and totally devastate all of their air defense like we did in Iraq, especially in 1991, and then again in 2003. And then we have virtual impunity in the sky. Maybe it turns out that way. I don't know. But what I can tell you is that even in that case, we still have the issue of meeting our objective, which is the destruction of the Iranian regime. If you don't get that, because they do have missiles, and a lot of them, and many of them will still be able to fire even after we take out their air defense and start hitting out their mobile, their launch sites, because they also have mobile launchers that are very, very difficult to knock out. And so the likelihood is that some percentage is going to continue to get through. And if you just cannot take out the regime, then you're not successful. And so they can drag this out for months. And as those missiles start striking their targets, and if those reports are true, then we start losing planes. And then they start firing from some of those same locations along the coastline. And some of our ships start taking fire and start being hit. Even if they don't sink a lot of them, if they hit them and knock some of them out and disable them, I mean, that's a huge victory. And as long as they do that and still don't lose, like the Houthis did, then Trump is in a huge problem here, because he's always promising a hard hit, quick exit, and a big success. That's what he always talks about here. That's what he did in Venezuela. That's what he did in Iran last year. That's what he claimed to have done with these boats in the Caribbean. All these kinds of uses of military power, with the strike in Nigeria, they always claim this incredible success. Whether it's true or not is irrelevant in one regard, in the public perception. So even though you have a lot of these Democrats and his political opponents who have found problem with this, some anyway, that he violates the Constitution and the War Powers Act and international law, but still nothing bad happens, and he claims that good things happen. So there's no movement politically. Well, that could start to change if things go south. And let me show you what happened in, well, first of all, there is a plan right now for there to be a War Powers Act vote. And that has a double-edged sword for even the Democrats who are going to try to bring this together, where they're going to say, hey, it's time for us to make a vote on this. It's time for us to do our job. So good on some of the members of Congress for that. Ro Khanna is one of the co-sponsors of that, and they're going to come out and they're going to say, hey, we have to vote on this. We're either going to support it or not. They're not going to go all out and vote on a declaration of war. They're certainly not going to do that, because I don't think that would succeed in any case. But having a war powers resolution vote, basically, I think this resolution specifically says that the president cannot attack Iran unless he first gets authorization from the United States, which means he first has to lay out the reasons why, the cost if we don't, all that kind of thing. And then Congress would have to give another authorization to use military force. That's what this resolution is going to say. Well, it's a double-edged sword, according to that headline you saw, because if that fails, it gives an effective green light to Trump if he hasn't already launched an attack by Tuesday. He may also choose to bypass that in case he doesn't think they're going to have the numbers in those friendly to the United States, and they may say we're going to go before Tuesday. He may also say, well, let's wait until after that vote, which is also after the State of the Union, which is going to be on Tuesday night. He may choose to use all of those media-friendly kind of issues, especially if he thinks he's got the numbers. That may give him a stronger hand. I don't know. But even that isn't really the issue there. Win or lose that vote there, have a good State of the Union or not. What will matter, everything, is what happens after war starts. If things go south, then he may be in real danger of being impeached. And let me show you why. This is from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez after the June 2025 bombing. She came out there in the immediate aftermath of that and said the president's disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization is a grave violation of the Constitution and the congressional war powers. She wrote in a post on X. He has impulsively risked launching a war that may ensnare us for generations. It is absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment. Now, nothing happened at that point. The war continued on. The war didn't continue on. President Trump declared victory, 12-day war, it's over, peace for 3,000, best in 3,000 years, and all that kind of nonsense. So nothing happened. So all the political movement also died. But now, in this case, no Americans lost their lives in that case. If this thing goes south, though, and the days drag on into weeks, and then the weeks start dragging on into months, and you have a substantial number of American casualties in the region, both on the ground, in the air, and on the sea, then you have a very, very different political environment.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at work. Want to be a part of it? Listen up.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, and I'm the CEO.
A blue tsunami, possibly even based on recent electoral evidence, because of domestic issues with the economy primarily, and lots of other issues too, that Americans are just really dissatisfied. President Trump's approval rating is low, and so too, by extension, are those under his coattails in the Republican Party. Now, when you start getting closer to that election, you're going to, and especially then there will be political fuel for the likes of AOC and a lot of these other ones. And then they may say, yeah, no, you violated the Constitution. You did not get authorization prior. It'll be easy to call then. And these are the consequences. Now then there's some real momentum behind it. And if he's already facing a blue wave in November, now then the Republicans are going to be the real wild card here. This is what doesn't get much consideration. Because these Republicans, Trump, of course, will go all in and he'll fight tooth and nail and will never give in on anything and say, no, y'all are terrible and you're doing these terrible things and you're weaponizing whatever he'll say, like he does all the time. That's for him to say. But each one of these Republican members of the House and the Senate that are coming up for voting are going to have to say, do we want to stay hooked to this? Do we want our anchor hooked onto him? Because if he goes down, he'll drag everybody down with him. And so many of these Republicans are going to have a choice to make. Do they want to go down with Trump by just reflexively supporting everything he does, as is the case right now? Or do they say, my job's on the line? And then they start saying, well, I was fooled by the president. I didn't know he was going to do whatever they would say. And then they're going to try to distance themselves from him or outright reject him, especially if it looks like this war is going really south and it's really unpopular across the mainstream of the United States. You'll see people jumping like rats off a ship. And then if you do get an impeachment vote, and even if it came after, especially if it came after a probable Democratic victory in the House of Representatives, but even before that, if it's bad enough, they could bring some articles of impeachment even before November. If you have a large number of Republicans thinking that they're all going to lose their seats, if they stay onto this, even they may suddenly find morality and say, yes, that's a terrible thing. You violated the Constitution and you've taken us all to war. Now this bad things are happening here. And even if it comes after the election, though, again, It's not out of the question, especially if the war keeps dragging on. And we're talking about many months of inconsequential things, and American body bags coming home, caskets coming out of Dover Air Force Base, and they just keep coming and nothing happens on the ground, and we don't win, even though we blow up a whole bunch of stuff and kill a bunch of Iranians, but we can't win. They stay viable. People are going to start saying, hey, maybe even in the Senate, even if the Republicans maintain control, because of, depending on how strong public opinion can be, even the Republicans may vote. Look what happened to in 1973. I mean, you had one Republican president already with Nixon. Even the Republicans turned against him. That's why he resigned, because they told him, you'll lose the vote. If you're impeached, we won't save you. That's what they told him in the past. So there is some precedence for that. This is a very different political world than that one. So I'm not trying to say they're the same, but I am saying that based on public opinion and based on politicians wanting to save their own skin, do not eliminate that as a possibility. So it is important for President Trump to be soberly aware of how much of a risk even he's personally taking. Apparently, neither he nor Lindsey Graham nor Ted Cruz care anything about the American people, and certainly about those in uniform whose lives will be sacrificed. They don't care about that, but maybe they do care about their political skin. I bet you can count on that. They might want to give that some consideration before giving a green light and in a full-throated support to what President Trump is apparently on the edge of doing here illegally. This is a bigger deal than he may think, and it's something he needs to take consideration of. Thank you very much, folks. We really appreciate you on this Sunday. We're going to continue.
All the pieces are in place. Fully 50% of the United States Air Force in the whole world is now jammed in to the Persian Gulf and its Mediterranean approaches. The scene is set for the cataclysm. The scene is set for doomsday. There's no easy way to put that. If Donald Trump throws the first stone tomorrow, the last stone is not easy to predict. Some things, of course, are easy to predict. The course of the war, at least not the outcome. The course of the war is basically simple. The United States will launch what are reported to be weeks of airstrikes because they have no army on board, the airplanes or the ships in the Gulf. The Air Force will pulverize Iraq in a shock and awe operation, just like the one that I Freudian slipped there by mentioning the word Iraq. It's only one letter of a difference, but the approach is perfectly similar. Weeks of airstrikes against Iran may decapitate the Iranian leadership, although, as I wrote on Facebook today in a piece that's gone viral, I'm not sure who thinks that would do any good at all. Does Donald Trump think there are no other Ayatollahs ready to take his place? Does Donald Trump know that the Iranians follow Shia Islam, which is a sect literally based on the concept of martyrdom? These are people who weep openly in the street about a martyrdom of Imam Hussein 1,000 years ago, who ritually beat themselves on Ashura to draw blood from their own bodies to remember the martyr Imam Hussein. Does Donald Trump think that an octogenarian Shiite Muslim is afraid of death at the hands of the Americans? Does Donald Trump have any advisors who know anything about Iran, who know anything about Shia Islam? Well, plainly not, if he imagines that decapitating the 80-plus-year-old Grand Ayatollah Khamenei is going to calm things down, going to make the Iranians more reasonable. He plainly does not know that such a decapitation would send a pulse of radicalism all over the world, not to mention millions of refugees headed for Turkey and then for Europe, coming to a street near you. So you can all complain about the refugee crisis, which will suddenly multiply exponentially. Donald Trump doesn't understand it, but the European Union certainly does. And the British Foreign Office certainly does. After all, we were the colonial power in Iran until the end of the Second World War. We were intimately involved with the United States in overthrowing the democratic and socialist government of Dr. Mossadegh and his replacement by the Shah of Shahs. He wasn't really a Shah, far less the Shah of Shahs. His father was a corporal in the army who was helped by the British to overthrow the rightful title of that throne, the Peacock throne, and replace him with the grubby little Pahlavi dynasty. Although it wasn't much of a dynasty, it only lasted 2 generations. And I assure you that whatever happens in Iran, it will not pass to the imposter, the great pretender in Los Angeles or Virginia or wherever he's based, calling himself the Shah today. It's much more likely there'll be a civil war if the United States pulverizes Iran in the way that is being reported it intends to do. But who will win that civil war? This is something that nobody in the West seems properly to have calibrated. So I'll put my tuppence in. It will not be the liberal LGBTQ plus feminist faction in Iran that will win the subsequent civil war. In fact, they will be massacred in their few thousands, because Iran is not the lobby of the Intercontinental Hotel in downtown Tehran. Most Iranians have never been to Tehran. Virtually none of them have ever been inside the Intercontinental Hotel. Almost none of them speak English. But the ones that do speak English and are to be found in the lobby of the Intercontinental Hotel seem to have persuaded the journalists and CIA assets, and sometimes they are the same thing, that the Iranian people are just waiting for the Orange Man to come and liberate them. Well, there are millions, I'll hazard a guess, tens of millions of Iranians in the Islamic depth of the country who will never contemplate the triumph of the American armada, which is currently besieging them. They would rather die than do that. In fact, for them, it would be an honor to die opposing that. It's a ticket to paradise, something else Donald Trump seems not to know. And then there are the Iranian nationalists. I've been to Iran 2 or 3 times, and I'm amazed at the size of the opinion of themselves that the Iranian people have. Dignity is something that really matters to them. It's a concept that's largely lost in the West. But when you are the product of a civilization 5,000 years old, the Iranian Persian civilization was ruling the known world when we were painting our faces blue and living in the forest. And by all historical accounts, they ruled it rather well. The Iranian nationalists plus the Iranian Islamists are more than a match for the LGBTQ plus liberal feminist crowd that the West seems to be pinning its hopes on when it deliberately foments a civil war in Iran. So as usual, just like with Afghanistan, just like with Iraq, nobody has thought any kind of plan for what will happen the morning after the bombing stops. And they definitely haven't properly factored what will happen in the course of the war. Well, I've said it to you many times. There's no need to labor it, but there will be no more glad, confident morning in Dubai. There will be no more oil and gas coming from any of the Arab satrapies that are in the habit of lading Donald Trump's aircraft, which they gave him, with gold and jewels, with diamonds and pearls. For those family dictatorships will all be swept away. There'll be no more Crown Prince this. There'll be no more Emir that. All of these will disappear. And the economic carnage that will visit you this cold winter will be extreme. I'm so old, I remember when oil prices quadrupled from a very low base, something like $25 a barrel, after the 1973 war, when the good king, then good king, Faisal of Saudi Arabia, decided to use oil as a weapon to punish the West for its then unlimited support for Israeli crimes against the Palestinian people. Does any of this sound familiar? Well, you will not be able to get oil at $150 a barrel. It might be $250 a barrel, in which case you won't be getting it at all. But then you won't need it because you won't be going to work, because your work will have closed down, because with petrol at $250 a barrel or $350 a barrel or unavailable at all of our industry and commerce will grind to a halt. And the European economies in particular, already feeling the freeze, already shivering into recession, will simply stop working altogether. They definitely haven't factored what will happen if Iran's ballistic, hypersonic, and drone technology has grown in power and penetration to the extent that the illegitimate child Israel ceases effectively to exist. Because I'm here to tell you that is a guarantee. If there are any guarantees in this war, it's that once Trump starts firing at Iran, Iran, if it's to go down, will go down with all guns blazing. And if you knew anything about Iran, if you knew anything about the Shia branch of Islam, you would already know that. Plainly, Donald Trump and the idiot real estate developers that are running his foreign policy, one of them his own son-in-law, would have told him that. J.D. Vance, as I told you in the last show, is opposed to it. Tulsi Gabbard, his director of national intelligence, is against it. But who wants to listen to the vice president and the director of national intelligence when you can listen to little Steve Witkoff? Steve Witkoff pops up all over the place. He's the man that is apparently negotiating meaningfully with Russia. But when you see how he's negotiating with Iran, it makes you wonder if the Russians could trust him, should trust him at all. Because let's just see what he said today. He said, I'm not making this up, I know it sounds familiar, too familiar. He said today, Iran was 1 week away from developing weapons-grade enriched uranium. Just like Saddam was a week away, just like Netanyahu said since 1996, fully 30 years ago, Iran has been 1 week away from weapons-grade enrichment. And Witkoff, the imbecile, actually spoke those words again today. 1 week, not 8 days, not 6 days, 1 week, and Iran will have the means of a nuclear bomb. He earlier said that protesters in Iran, women protesters, were having their wombs torn out to hide evidence of sexual abuse. Now, that's up there with the babies in the incubator. It's up there with Gaddafi giving out Viagra to his troops, the better to rape Libyan women. In fact, it's much worse than them. This Orientalist, racist, Islamophobic statement from Witkoff today is such obscene war propaganda, it properly belongs in the locker of Dr. Joseph Goebbels. Witkoff might or might not be meeting Araghchi, the Iranian foreign minister, shortly, in the next couple of days. But if I were Araghchi, I would not myself be making the travel arrangements yet, because he was on his way to Oman when the United States and Israel launched the 12-day war. But I better get on, because I see it's 17 past and I haven't even mentioned the prince in the tower. Not since the Duke of Monmouth in the 15th century has a duke been in custody behind bars. But the fat white duke, the Andrew formerly known as Prince, was huckled by the Thames Valley Police earlier this week and taken off to the police station. Apparently, he was heard to say, "You can't do this to me. I'm the Queen's son." But they clearly have decided, the Queen's son or not, he is now the sacrificial lamb on the menu. Keir Starmer has to be protected. His appointment of Peter Mandelson has to be distracted. So why not pick up the loathsome, obese bore Andrew and charge him with imparting trade secrets to his pal, his best pal, the keeper of his wife. I mean, Starmer's wife was having underwear purchased for her by Lord Ali. The former Duke of York's wife, the Duchess of York, Fergie, the flame-haired temptress, was literally a kept woman of Jeffrey Epstein, receiving millions upon millions of dollars. I don't know what Jeffrey saw in her. Maybe she sucked his toes like she had an earlier Texan billionaire. But whatever the attraction, he was paying for Andrew's wife's expenses for year after year after year. And in return, Andrew was giving him advance copies of his speeches. Now, I don't know about you, but it seems unlikely to me that any British state secrets were involved. After all, I've heard Andrew speak. He's a speak-your-weight machine, an automaton who was giving speeches in public, although nobody much was paying attention. Allegedly, Andrew was giving Jeffrey information about the British economy that would be helpful to Epstein. And if so, of course, he is guilty of misconduct in public office, but he's guilty of far more serious offenses than that. He's accused of offenses which make your eyes water, offenses that make a shiver run down your spine. Are these girls less important than giving Epstein a copy of your speech to the Melbourne Chamber of Commerce as Britain's so-called trade envoy? Apparently so, because the police have already investigated all the sex crimes of which Andrew Mountbatten Windsor is allegedly guilty and dismissed them. These are only poor girls, girls from the global south, girls from Eastern Europe. You can do what you like with them when you're an aristocrat, when you're a British royal, but a speech to the Melbourne Chamber of Commerce is enough to bring the finest of Britain's constabulary down about your head. And if giving secrets to Jeffrey Epstein is a serious crime worthy of arresting and taking into custody for 12 hours, the son, the favorite son of the late Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, why isn't Peter Mandelson under arrest? Peter Mandelson is banged to rights on email, giving market-sensitive state secrets and European Union secrets directly to Epstein within minutes of receiving them from his civil servants. Why has Mandelson not been arrested? I'll tell you why. Because the man at whose door the 5 Ukrainian rent boys wreaked such havoc last year, who still have not been produced. How about habeas corpus for the Ukrainian rent boys? I want proof of life of these Ukrainian rent boys, and even more, I want some idea of just exactly what they had against the hapless, gormless buffoon currently occupying 10 Downing Street, Sir Keir Starmer. Jeffrey Epstein is going to bring the whole house down. And I don't just mean the House of Windsor. We've got the one and only Max Blumenthal next. You'll want to stay tuned.
Right. So, US envoy to Israel, Mike Huckabee, has sat down with Tucker Carlson and said, with regards to the so-called Greater Israel Project, that it would be fine if they took it all. He then hurriedly walked back on it, didn't he? Presumably realizing what he just said, describing it as somewhat of a hyperbolic statement, and says Israel is not looking to expand its territory. Well, tell that to Syria when the settlers broke through there, or Lebanon, as just happened just last week, or indeed the West Bank, as further land seizures are now getting legalized in Israeli law, and Gaza is under the yoke of Trump's Board of Peace, where Israel have a seat at the table, but no Palestinian does. Pull the other one. So anyway, Tucker Carlson has done something that interviewers almost never do in these roles, though, which was to push the question until the answer became very obvious, very plain. He asked about the biblical land framing, and he named the rivers associated with that, the Nile to the Euphrates, never mind the river to the sea, and he forced Huckabee to say out loud whether the claim is acceptable, and Huckabee gave away the permissive answer, not the careful one, not the diplomatic one. So Carlson then spelt out what all would mean in modern geography, because anyone pretending this is harmless talk relies on people not being able to visualize the map of this. Huckabee didn't stop there either, though. He leaned into the framing and only later tried to pull back. And the recording is out there. It's on social media for everyone to see. So there's no deniability that, frankly, he's going to pass muster here. Of course, it was the Cheeto-dusted one himself, passing himself off as President Donald Trump, who appointed Huckabee to his post, begging the question of who is the bigger fool here, the ambassador or the fool that appointed him. Ambassadors are selected, they're nominated, they're sent to represent an administration. They're not free agents hired by chance. If the ambassador is reckless, then the appointment's reckless. If the ambassador is not reckless and is saying what he thinks he can survive saying, then the administration has tolerated it by design. Either way, nobody in the region can treat this as some bloke freelancing because only the White House can shut it down properly. Trump put him there. Trump keeps him there, and everyone watching has to plan around that. So who's spoken out about this then, Damo? Well, plenty have, as it happens. Saudi Arabia's foreign ministry has called the remarks extremist rhetoric and unacceptable, and has demanded clarification from the US State Department. So that's Riyadh putting it on the record that it's not letting a US envoy talk about other people's land like it's up for grabs. And once you've demanded an answer in public on that, you can't quietly walk back on that later on, can you? Egypt's foreign ministry has called the remarks a blatant violation of international law and has said Israel has no sovereignty over occupied Palestinian territory or other Arab lands. Well, you do still do business with them, however, don't you? So stop playing both sides is perhaps my immediate knee-jerk reaction to that. Jordan's foreign minister has called them absurd and provocative and an infringement on state sovereignty. So that's two neighbors there on top of the Saudi Arabia saying straight out that they're treating this as a live security problem then. Not a bit of religious chit-chat, and it's why the response immediately widens into a joint condemnation with actually 14 countries and 3 regional organizations having put their name to this as well. The countries listed include Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, Lebanon, Indonesia, Kuwait, Palestine, Qatar, Oman, Pakistan, Bahrain, Saudi Arabia, Syria, even the United Arab Emirates, who are seen to be permanently stuck to Israel's side. And the organizations listed included the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, the League of Arab States, and the Gulf Cooperation Council. That's a wide spread of governments, pretty much all of them across the Middle East, with different priorities, very much different rivalries, all choosing to stand together in one sentence against a doctrine that all recognize as an existential threat, and which keeps cropping up in conversation again and again, especially since October 7th of 2023. States don't coordinate that kind of response for entertainment. They don't do it for shits and giggles. They do it to create a shared record, to look in a shared line, to warn Washington they will not be split and picked off one by one on this issue. A coalition statement is not just a speech. It's a promise of coordinated consequences if they get ignored. And that joint condemnation describes the remarks as dangerous, as inflammatory, frames them as a violation of international law and the UN Charter, which of course they are. It warns they pose a grave threat to the security and stability of the region. But of course, Israel and the US are the biggest threats to that. And it also says the remarks contradict Trump's stated vision and a comprehensive plan to end the Gaza conflict. And it treats the talks of legitimizing control over others' land as fuel for tensions rather than a path to peace. It reiterates rejection of annexation of the West Bank, rejection of settlement expansion, rejection of threats to the sovereignty of Arab states, commitment to a Palestinian state on 1967 lines. Whether anyone thinks those lines are still realistically obtainable or anything else there is realistic, or are they missing the trick that's going on in reality while they're making such points, that's not actually the point here at all. The point is that this statement anchors a legal and political baseline in public so that any later drift can be punished domestically and regionally. And once that baseline gets nailed down, it becomes a lot harder for individual states to quietly go soft without paying a cost for doing so. Mike Huckabee has also tried to shelter behind the idea that Israeli borders are simply the current line on the ground, plus security, their eternal security concerns, of course. Well, what are Israel's borders exactly these days, Mike? Please tell me, because they have a habit of being very, very fluid. The only state that seems to get away with having such fluctuating borders. The same reporting around this episode notes that Israeli law doesn't clearly demarcate the country's borders itself. They themselves admit it. That Israel occupies the likes of the Golan Heights, which of course it annexed in 1981, with the US recognizing Israel's claimed sovereignty over that territory since 2019, even though it belongs to bloody Syria. It also notes that after the 2024 war with Hezbollah, Israel set up military outposts at 5 points inside Lebanon, continuing to occupy them, even as they demand Lebanon hurry up and disarm Hezbollah whilst they're still there. Those are modern facts about territory that they're holding illegitimately, about their force, about the claims they make. When those facts already exist, the truth of them actually exists. And then a US ambassador says, take it all. Well, neighbors don't hear a fool mouthing off. They hear a continuation of that demonstrable threat and direction. That's why this can't be brushed off as a mere slip of the tongue, because the ground has already been treated as flexible. Israel has had the privilege of getting away with that for far too long. Benjamin Netanyahu is cited in the same coverage as one of the Israeli politicians who have promoted the idea of a greater Israel, and indeed he has said previously he's been open to that idea. And that also matters because it means the phrase is not only being whispered by fringe activists and religious zealots like Huckabee, it's part of the political weather inside Israel itself. If the leader of a state has a political constituency that likes expansion language and an allies ambassador publicly says, fine, take it all, The most dangerous thing is not that tanks necessarily roll in tomorrow. The most dangerous thing is that the restraint becomes less enforceable because the alliance signaling just became a hell of a lot muddier. People who want the biggest land grab hear a line like that, they treat it as cover. People who want limits then lose ground because the language has already been dragged in their direction and it becomes harder to put the lid back on it. So the question of Huckabee's position being tenable isn't about politeness anymore. It's about whether the job can still be done by this guy. A US ambassador to Israel is supposed to keep things steady, pass messages cleanly between governments, stop the wider region having to guess what Washington is really thinking and really backing. And all he's done is increase that uncertainty. And he's done it on the one topic that turns uncertainty into immediate military planning, which is borders. Borders are not a mood or a talking point, are they? Borders are political. Borders decide where the soldiers stand, or where the soldiers sit, where the aircraft get to fly, where the sirens go off, where families end up when something kicks off. If you live next door, you don't get to pick the kind of reading of a US ambassador's words when the bad reading could get people killed. So you plan around the bad reading, don't you? Calling it hyperbole makes it even worse. Some people are, because it admits he brought his personal beliefs into a job that's meant to be careful. It also tells every government watching that Washington either tolerates that kind of talk or can't control it. Neither one of those is reassuring, is it? If the US thought it was harmless, it wouldn't have felt the need to clarify, would it? If it thought it was dangerous, it would make the speaker pay a price, but he's still in post. When it does neither, it leaves everyone guessing while still demanding cooperation. And that's when even friendly deals start to slow down. And Tucker Carlson comes back into the story here. He matters here because he's a loud voice on the US right. Don't generally agree with this guy at all, who keeps warning against foreign wars and blank check commitments that cost Americans life. On that, I do have to agree with him. But he's also been arguing that US policy shouldn't be run to suit Israeli priorities. By pushing Huckabee until the answer was forced out of him, plain, he's forced a Republican argument into the open that one side treats Israel as a religious mission, the other treats it as an ally that shouldn't be steering America. Yet for a lot of people, that's very much what they seem to be thinking, seem to be seeing. Neighbors don't find that thing comforting, do they? Because they're watching the backer of Israel argue in public while the weapons and the protection carry on regardless. And that makes US signals a lot harder to trust, even by their own people. So the most obvious thing this episode breaks is the comfort of saying, don't worry, it's all just fringe talk. Because the reason that comfort existed in the first place is because it allowed governments to carry on with business while telling their populations that nobody serious is planning anything bigger. Now, a serving US ambassador has said the maximal line on camera. Neighboring governments have responded in writing as if the claim is credible enough to require a coordinated rejection. So that doesn't prove a single master plan exists in a drawer, though this plan has always been hanging around. It's been around for a long time, the Greater Israel Doctrine. But it does something a bit more practical than that. It makes it rational for states to act as if the risk has just risen. When risk rises, plans harden, alliances tighten, gestures of trust just become more expensive. It's a cost that carries forwards, not just in financial terms, but also diplomatically. And the clearest thing this shows is the gap between the calming words that Washington likes to use, although they've said nothing at this point, and the people it sends out to deliver them. When a US ambassador talks like a preacher, and Huckabee does, and then tries to switch hats mid-sentence and claim it was diplomacy, it tells everyone watching that the job has been filled for loyalty and belief, not for steadiness. People driven by belief don't treat other countries' borders as a hard line. They treat them as something to be argued away. And neighbors don't have to guess that from private meetings. They can just listen to what the appointee literally says when someone presses him on the point. So the most obvious thing this has changed is how much weight is placed on every future American statement about contained escalation. When a bloc of states says in public, your ambassador's words are unacceptable, we consider them a threat, give us some clarification on what he's just said, that's a notice that future cooperation could end up being conditional on trust being rebuilt. And trust isn't just rebuilt by press phrasing. Trust is rebuilt by behavior that costs something, like clear disavowals, personnel changes, or enforced boundaries on rhetoric and action. If those costs are not paid, the region will treat US assurances as low quality. Low quality assurances force states to build their own safety nets. Safety nets in this region usually look like new defense ties, new hedging partners, a colder posture towards the patron state. Just look at Iran getting ever closer to China as an example. Therefore, the who's next fear is not irrational in that setting, and it doesn't require anyone to believe Israel is about to annex Saudi Arabia or anyone else. It only requires one sensible thought. If a US official voice can casually say, fine, take it all, then the boundary of what is thinkable inside the alliance has just moved. Once the boundary of thinkable moves, the boundary of sayable moves. And once the boundary of sayable moves, the boundary of doable becomes easier for extremists to test. That's how power works. It's not that one sentence causes an invasion, it's that one sentence reduces the shame cost of the idea. And shame costs are one of the few soft breaks that exist when hard breaks on such matters are completely missing. Huckabee's continued presence in the role then becomes a standing problem, even if he never repeats the remark ever again. An ambassador's job is partly about private meetings and formal notes, but it's also about what their public voice does to the wider environment. A public remark that triggers a coordinated regional condemnation becomes part of the diplomat's biography. Every meeting after that begins with the other side thinking, is this the man who thinks our country could be swallowed by someone else's holy story? And that thought does not need to be said aloud to shape the meeting. It shapes it by lowering the trust floor and raising the suspicion ceiling. A lower trust floor makes bargains harder because you have to spend more time on verification and less time on solving stuff. He has to go, therefore, or questions are going to be asked about why he remains in post, given what he said. So the deeper consequence for Donald Trump is that he has inherited a new kind of test in the region now. Self-inflicted, of course. It's not so much, do you support Israel anymore? Because we certainly know the answer to that. But can you restrain the worst voices you empower? Personally, I think Huckabee has proven that as long as he remains in post. Trump is admitting he can't, if that's the case. Now, Trump can try to avoid that test by insisting he has a plan and by insisting this was not policy. The region has already replied by demanding clarification as a group, as a collective, and by issuing a block condemnation that states exactly what they reject here. But once that happens, ignoring the test doesn't remove it. It's still there. It simply means the next crisis will unfold with less benefit of the doubt. And less benefit of the doubt means faster escalation next time and even fewer ways out of it. Now, nothing here has, of course, changed on a map overnight. What can't be undone is that a serving US ambassador has gone on camera and treated the take-it-all border claims acceptable. And a wide block of states has responded to this as an existential threat because it is nevertheless believable. And that clip that is going to continue to do the rounds on social media for a while yet, I'm sure, is going to be a problem that's going to keep coming back to the Trump administration. So the next time Israel hits a neighbor and says it's for security, people are going to point to this clip. And the next time the US tells the region to trust us, people are going to point to the clip. And the next time a Gulf state is weighing up a new US deal, that clip will be part of the calculation, unless Huckabee's gone. And there's no clean way out for Washington. They keep Huckabee in the job, and it tells neighbors he can say things like that and nothing happens. Remove him and it admits Trump picked the wrong man, though, and that's already causing damage. Pretending it's half fixed is the worst option of all because it tells everyone the US won't fully back it, but it won't stop it either. Just looks weak. Trump doesn't like that, does he? Well, for more on Israel's current West Bank land grab, which also came with a shock for Jordan, very much in this greater Israel vein, check
The evidence of its military footprint is being plastered across the internet in crisp satellite imagery. Runways packed, radars positioned, air defenses layered, like a live dashboard of escalation. And the wild part is, it's not even coming from the usual Western anonymous official pipeline. A Chinese outlet reported that the PLA and a Chinese satellite firm released high-resolution images showing U.S. deployments around Iran, bases in places like Qatar, Jordan, Saudi Arabia.
For the third time, Chinese surveillance satellites have caught the U.S. war fleet in plain view. Numerous U.S. warplanes captured by Chinese satellite camera, this time at Washington's Arab Ally Air Base in.
These high-resolution satellites have just exposed something jaw-dropping. U.S. forces are stacking advanced fighter jets right in Jordan's Muwafaq Solti airbase.
Rising tensions across the Middle East have drawn renewed global attention as military positioning, diplomatic messaging, and satellite imagery combine to create a complex and closely watched security environment.
Spelling out.
Planning to publish your book? You could reach 3 billion more readers. If you've written a book and you're thinking about
Visually, what so many people in the global south have been shouting for years. The rules-based order often looks a lot like, we deploy, you comply. Now add the maritime layer. Another Chinese report tracked a Chinese research vessel operating close to a U.S. aircraft carrier in the Arabian Sea using ship tracking data, right as U.S. military pressure on Iran heats up. So, you've got satellites looking down, ships listening out, and a region that's been forced to live under the constant hum of U.S. power projection, while the same capitals that lecture everyone else about stability keep flooding the Middle East with hardware. Meanwhile, Iran's not pretending it doesn't see the buildup. It's launched naval drills in the Strait of Hormuz under IRGC leadership, with diplomacy happening under the shadow of carrier groups and threats. Before we go any further, quick favor, because these matters. If this kind of truth-telling resonates with you, like the video, share it, and subscribe. Seriously, algorithms bury voices that won't bow, and they boost the same recycled talking points from the same old power centers. So, if you want fearless journalism that calls out the powerful without flinching, smash that subscribe button and ride with us. Alright, hold on because that's just the start. Let's break down what this really means and why the Iran-North Korea-China angle has Washington and its allies so jumpy. And listen, this is wild. The loudest voices in the West keep acting shocked that countries under threat would seek partners, weapons, countermeasures, intelligence, anything that reduces vulnerability. But when the U.S. rings Iran with bases, flies ISR, parks carrier strike groups nearby, and keeps the military option permanently on the table, what exactly are they expecting Tehran to do? Send thank you notes? Start with the U.S. posture. A recent Financial Times report describes Iran launching naval drills in the Strait of Hormuz amid rising tensions and U.S. deployments, with talks continuing while both sides posture hard. That same report frames the strait as what it is: a strategic choke point under constant pressure, and a place where any misread signal can spiral fast. And on the American side, you have reporting that the U.S. is flowing more major naval power into the broader theater, multiple carriers being discussed in connection with Iran tensions. Whatever you think of the politics, the pattern is not subtle. Muscle first, diplomacy second, and a permanent message to the region that sovereignty is conditional. Now, let's talk about China's space-enabled transparency moment. Because what really boils my blood is how Western media will call it provocative when non-Western players reveal U.S. deployments, but they'll call it accountability when the West publishes satellite imagery of everyone else. The South China Morning Post reported that a Chinese tech firm's imagery, circulated on Chinese social media, showed U.S. military buildup at regional bases. These matters because it chips away at the West's favorite advantage, operating in the shadows while controlling the narrative. When the world can literally see the layout, airframes on the tarmac, the placement of air defenses, the pace of reinforcement, suddenly the myth of limited presence collapses. And the sea story is just as telling. That SCMP report about a Chinese research vessel operating near a U.S. carrier, again, based on ship tracking, signals Beijing's interest in monitoring U.S. movement near Iran at a very sensitive time. I'm not here to romanticize any big power, but we should be honest about incentives. China's energy security and trade routes run through these waters. If Washington wants to turn the Gulf and Arabian Sea into a pressure corridor, China has every reason to keep a close watch, build a picture, and reduce surprise. Now, let's address the claim floating around about China's aircraft carrier edging close to Iranian waters. Here's the problem. I went looking for credible, specific confirmation, and what's solid in mainstream reporting right now is not a Chinese carrier off Iran, but rather China participating through naval vessels and joint drills, and China using surveillance, tracking, and satellite imagery as tools of influence. In fact, Jane's reported satellite imagery indicating China's carrier Shandong was in dry dock for maintenance at Yulin in January, which doesn't line up neatly with dramatic claims of a carrier looming near Iran this month. What is well attested is the broader China-Russia-Iran naval exercise framework in and around the Strait of Hormuz, Maritime Security Belt 2026, covered by outlets like the War Zone as a signal in the middle of U.S.-Iran friction. Now, let's pivot to North Korea, because this is where people get emotional and where the hypocrisy gets cartoonish. When North Korea builds up its deterrent, the West says it's destabilizing. When the U.S. keeps strategic bombers, missile defenses, and nuclear umbrellas pointed at entire regions, it's reassurance. AP recently reported Kim Jong-un unveiling new launch vehicles for nuclear-capable short-range missiles, tightening the North's posture as it heads into a major political moment at home. You don't have to like Pyongyang's system to understand the logic. In a world where regime change operations have a long and ugly track record, deterrence becomes a survival language. Let's zoom out to the game-changing question. What does China stepping up for Iran actually mean in practice? Based on what's in credible reporting right now, the most visible piece is intelligence exposure, imagery, and monitoring. Then there's the broader strategic signaling. China and Russia showing up alongside Iran in maritime exercises, framing it as security cooperation, while the U.S. pushes more forces into the region. Add to that the longer-running reports that Iran has pursued partnerships with Chinese satellite firms to improve surveillance and intelligence capabilities, reported earlier by major outlets, suggesting an enduring Iranian interest in widening its ISR options beyond what the West can easily deny or degrade. People also throw around phrases like air defense supplies and radar jammers. And yes, conceptually, electronic warfare and air defense modernization are exactly what a threatened state would prioritize. But unless there's specific, attributable reporting on shipments and systems, I'm not going to manufacture details. What I will say is this. Even without a single missile being transferred, the combination of imagery, monitoring, training pathways, and strategic partnership can raise the cost of invasion talk. It complicates planning. It reduces surprise. It signals that escalation won't be a one-sided sermon. And if you're sitting there thinking, okay, but what happens next? That's exactly why these imagery drops and maritime monitoring matter. They're not just content. They're signals. They're warnings written in pixels and ship tracks. Escalation won't be invisible, and targeted states won't be blind. Whether you love Iran and North Korea's stance or not, one reality is hard to deny. When pressure becomes permanent policy, pushback stops being optional. It becomes inevitable. Thank you for watching.
Nathan Watkins doesn't believe in
and China joining Iran in this. So the latest is that planes have landed and there have been weapons that have been taken off, and a plane has also gone to from Iran to Russia, and people are speculating a lot of things in terms of drones and other weapon sharing transactions. What are the main weapons that you think that Iran would be looking forward and are the biggest and under their belt? What are the weapons that you think that Iran would be using as soon as this takes off?
There's the ideal situation and there is the reality of things. The ideal situation is for Iran to be a nuclear country. Is for Iran to publicly and openly declare that they have nuclear weapons that they can cause a lot of damage with. And that primarily would be for purposes of deterrence. Ideally, we want to live in a world free of wars and conflicts, but that's not the way the world works. And if we want to view this from this fake utopic vision, then we're going to be very naive. If Iran declares that it has nuclear bombs, one of them can land on Israel and completely wipe it off the map, the situation is going to be different. And that's the ideal situation. More countries should have nuclear weapons for the purposes of deterrence up until we reach a stage where there are like treaties to remove the nuclear weapons from the world and de-escalate and deal with things diplomatically. We have the capacity as human beings to be diplomatic and not be violent. And that is the ideal state of affairs. However, in a world ruled by force and bullying and terrorism, led by the United States and the Western establishment in general, who constantly preach about human rights, and breach literally human rights, and they joke around. They send you these slogans and nonsense for other countries when they don't implement anything themselves. So that's the ideal situation. Iran, in my opinion, should ditch this policy that they had before, declare that they are a nuclear-powered country with very many nuclear bombs, and that they can cause a lot of damage. There could be a scenario where they actually already have nuclear bombs, Iran, but they're just not declaring it. There could be a situation where Iran would be given nuclear bombs to be used at their disposal from multiple countries. And then we have the official kind of narrative that we know now, which is the strategic missiles that are also acting as a deterrent to a certain extent, but not from this kind of bullying from the United States or potentially another attack. And that's why I'm saying ideally they should have nuclear bombs. The world will be a safer place. If the Palestinian resistance had nuclear bombs, the world would have been a safer place too. So now we're talking about strategic weapons. Now, strategic weapons, let's remember first and foremost that Iran is one of the leading countries in military development. If you go on and review Iran's weapons that are developed domestically, a huge number. We're talking about from weapons, from guns, from ammunition, from missiles, from drones, everything ships, anti-air defense system, all of the Iran manufactures everything. And much of the technology is Iranian built. This is where the embargo or the imposed sanctions against Iran were a blessing in disguise, because they had to kind of be self-reliant and develop. Right? There's a saying in Arabic, al-haja ummul ikhtira'. So need is the mother of productivity or innovation. And that's why Iran started to become innovative and relying on itself. Chinese and Russian technology, however, that has been given to Iran and may be given to Iran in the future, would genuinely start changing the equation even further, especially in the realm of electronic warfare, like controlling radar systems, hiding Iranian radar systems and protecting them, managing to detect fighter jets coming from the enemy towards Iran despite attempts to hide or cover by having layers to avoid detection, stuff like that. All of that would work in the benefit of Iran, and both China and Russia have an interest of Iran obtaining those weapons, because they realize now that it's actually very serious. And it would be very illogical from their perspective to wait for an all-out war against Iran, and all of a sudden they realize they find themselves stuck with a puppet regime leading Iran, managing to firstly cut off all of the support back and forth from Russia, and potentially cut all of the Iranian oil off China. Because what are we seeing here? The United States went to Venezuela. Venezuela was dealing with China. The US can choke China from Venezuela, and they can send oil to Israel from Venezuela. Iran, 90% of its oil goes to China. If the United States has a puppet regime there, They want to apply pressure on China, more economic pressure. They'll say, we cut the oil off you. You need to have more concessions with Taiwan, or whatever it is. What is China going to do? They're going to be stuck. It's in the best of their interests to support Iran as much as possible. And this is what, by the way, some of the Arab countries who showed hostility to Iran historically are understanding very well now. And that's why some people in the American administration are very upset too, especially about Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has a history of tensions with Iran. Of course, in 2023, there was an agreement that was brokered by China with mediation of Oman. They had an agreement. They started to de-escalate. Recently, they've had more coordination as well. But the more time goes by, the more countries realize that Iran was actually on the right side. Iran's approach was actually the right approach, because when it comes to the moment of truth, that is the deterrence. Why did Saudi Arabia rush to have a defense pact with a nuclear Pakistan? Why is Turkey talking about that now? Why is Turkey developing ballistic and hypersonic missiles now? They learned from Iran. Because it was those missiles that stopped the war. Had it not been for Iran's capabilities, Iran's power to hurt the genocidal, child-killing Israelis and the terror regime of the United States of America, they would have continued to attack Iran. And that's why Iran should be a nuclear country. In a world run by power, but power in the hands of evil, you need power in the hands of the good people.
Too good.
That's what you need. You need nuclear power that will deter the nuclear evil. And there are calls in Iran, by the way. There are official calls in Iran now to have a review on the general policy of nuclear weapons. We understand all of these niceties, and we understand that some weapons are destructive, and we get all of that. And wars are ugly and disgusting. As a matter of fact, if we look at it from an Islamic perspective, what does the verse in the Quran say? كُتِبَ عَلَيْكُمُ الْقِتَالُ وَهُوَ كُرْهٌ لَكُمْ. It has been written on you to fight or be in war, even though it's hated upon you. It's an act that is not nice, it's not good. But when you have people who are that evil and constantly go against other countries and threaten them and bully them and have control over the fate of millions of people, then you need to have deterrence to protect yourself. And listen, we are witnessing the emergence of a multipolar world. Whether the American regime likes it or not. And this could also be part of the American pattern to establish certain facts on the ground that will either delay this emergence or prevent it from happening. And don't be surprised the lengths that they're willing to go to. Did they not cross red lines with Russia so far? Did they not attack nuclear facilities that belong to Russia through the Zelensky regime, who is now bringing people over 60 to the army because he killed every Ukrainian almost between 20 to 60, using them as cannon fodder in this death machine? They're insane, they're mad. And there is no logical conversation with them. It's not like you can have a logical conversation with this administration. a lot of it could have something to do with a large movement inside of the United States. But really and truly, did the large movements in the United States in 2003 prevent the Iraq war from happening? Despite not having social media at the time, people were still aware that the government is lying. 9/11 was a false flag, and there are no weapons of mass destruction. And there were millions in the streets of the United States, all across, and in Europe, and in other countries too, to try and stop their governments from having a war against Iraq. And we're not seeing a similar movement to try and prevent a war against Iran. There is opposition, but there are no waves of people in the streets calling not to have a war against Iran, which puts the government in an easier position to conduct a war. Because they have the power, they have the manipulation, they have all of that. Now, what would happen if, that's kind of the following stage that I'm sure people would like to try and understand. There is a very high likelihood that although Iran is a very rational player, listen, Iran and Russia and China, they are rational players. Kim Jong-un is more rational than Donald Trump and most Western leaders. Kim Jong-un, and I'm deliberately saying Kim Jong-un, by the way, because Kim Jong-un didn't kill millions across the world under the pretext of protecting human rights. Iran, although it's a rational player, has clarified through statements from leading figures inside the country, including one of the most powerful people in the country, Ali Shamkhani, that any attack against Iran, any strike, will be considered an all-out war, will be considered total war. He said a limited strike is an illusion. The United States tried to, with Israel, of course, and the Mossad terrorists in Iran, tried to stir and cause damage and problems, and they killed many people, burnt mosques, hospitals, killed innocent people, tried to destabilize the country. And that did not work. The Iranian people were aware, and the establishment in Iran and the Iranian forces took the relevant measures to stop these terror groups from achieving their goals, which is destabilizing Iran, taking down the establishment. They did that because they know the repercussions. But we are in a situation where the United States is willing to have an attack against Iran despite the repercussions. Despite the repercussions that would be lethal for Americans. Donald Trump and this level of deployment isn't happening for no reason. They offered Iran strike for strike. They told them, we'll strike you, we'll carry out 2 strikes. You carry out 1 strike and we will call it game over. Iran told them, no, that's not going to work. And they said then this talk about limited strike is an illusion. Any strike against Iran would lead to an all-out war, and we will hit the American bases and we will strike Tel Aviv. I have a tendency to believe Iran here because although previously they did have more limited campaigns, even with all of the success of the Iranian attacks against Israel, by the way, during the 12-day war, that was very limited. And the reason being is that they would have nothing to lose now. And there needs to be something that would be setting the equation for the future. There needs to be an end of neo-colonial bullying to the countries of West Asia and the global South. That will not happen unless they receive a strike so hard that will make them regret the day that they dared to attack Iran. And I do really think that the Iranians understand that very well. And should the United States carry out that strike against Iran, Iran would understand that that is it, all out, game over, make them feel so much pain that they don't even contemplate attacking us again. And first and foremost, by punishing the child murdering Zionists. That would hurt the most. Of course, US bases will have to be attacked because they would be attacking Iran. But Israel, the Middle East cancer planted there, the final apartheid in the world, it would be inevitably receiving the largest amount of strikes. And only then, when there is such a big blow that will make them rethink everything, could there be more of a hope of prosperity and security for the future? Because so far they've been getting away with a genocide that is still ongoing. It's as if the Palestinian lives don't matter to hardly anyone. People are living in tents in the streets in the cold. People are dying because of hunger and cold, and they don't have basic life necessities under the excuse of course, protecting Israel and all of that garbage we've been hearing for all of our lives. And a war now, and an apt, a very well coordinated response from Iran would set something for the future. It would put the whole region in a position where it's the time for the countries that were viewed as weaker to grow and play a role in a multipolar world that is more fairly balanced.
Mahmoud bhai,
And listen, they did that in the 12-day.
Yeah.
They did that in the 12-day war, and then I'll give it to you. During the 12-day war, Iran sent a message to everyone. Israel is a paper tiger. They're not invincible. And if this happens again now, and Iran carries out a bigger strike, that will be an even bigger message.
I was about to say the same thing exactly. People remember what happened last time. The images, the videos of missiles coming down, showering down upon Tel Aviv. There was this video of a person in a plane, and he was recording the horizon while missiles were like taking off the horizons, and it was fired from Iran, and it was coming towards Israel. People still remember those images, and they know that this time it's going to be way more harsh, way more difficult for them to find a place to hide. But if we mix it up right now, you did mention the Russia and China. They are in Bandar Abbas, and I believe that there's a military exercise going on. It's gonna start in a few days.
You've got a great idea for an app, and you can't believe that no one else has thought of it yet. You're sure this idea?
The military drill already began, and the IRGC already shut the Hormuz Strait temporarily because of that drill, and there were dozens of oil tankers waiting there in what was clearly a message from Iran to the whole world that this is what's going to happen if you're going to allow this to happen against us. Because clearly the Western establishment thinks it can go and terrorize and bully the whole world without consequences. But Iran is reminding them that there will be consequences. So the IRGC's drill started. Iran also bravely sent some drones very close to the U.S. aircraft carrier, by the way. The United States reportedly took down one or two. Iran said it carried out its mission successfully, reconnaissance, gathering information. They previously also published videos of, in 2023 and 2024, of them flying over. I think it was Eisenhower or Roosevelt, one of the American aircraft carriers. So the drill's already there. It's just that Russia is now arriving to participate with this symbolic.
Yeah. Russia is now arriving. The joint drill with Russia and China would be like in 2 to 3 days, and it happens annually actually. So it's happening on the same time. It happens every year. This time the place of the drill has been changed from the Indian Ocean to the Strait of Hormuz. So this is like how things are spelling out to be. What I wanted to ask is, once this is kicked off, how do you think the surrounding Muslim countries, what would they be doing diplomatically? Would calls be made here and there? We have a security analyst, Dr. David Olalo. He says that Saudi Arab would secretly, Saudi Arab doesn't want this happening to Iran because that entire area is of economic importance for Saudi Arab. You know, the oil will cut down. So he thinks that all this would unify the Muslims in a way that we've never seen before. What do you think?
I think the Arab and Muslim countries are starting to learn the hard way. I think the Arab and Muslim countries, in their majority in terms of establishments, have been a part of the problem by not standing up against this aggression, by allowing American bases, by entertaining, by being silent, by inactivity, by so many things. However, what they are starting to realize now is that when the moment of truth comes, Israel is going to have a reign over them.
Do you need a loan for your business? Well, if you've been around for over a year, I'm about to show you how to get up to $3 million.
The pattern of behavior of countries in the region is showing that they are learning and they are practicing certain things. And how do we see that? Firstly, through their approach with Iran. They had periods of tense periods with Iran and what have you. Now, almost all of the Arab states surrounding Iran have come to a conclusion. Iran must not be attacked. There should not be an establishment change in Iran. Iran needs to be protected because Iran provides a balance. If the United States and Israel manage to take down the establishment in Iran, they are next. It's going to be Saudi Arabia's resources. It's going to be Turkey to channel the energy through to Europe. And they will be doing everything they want in the region because they do. They do participate militarily. They do take down governments. They do go to barbaric medieval wars, and they justify it under the pretext of enlightenment and human rights.
Wow.
They do that regularly. If Iran has something against it that destabilizes it, you can say goodbye to the whole. It's Israel. It's the Greater Israel Project. It's over. That's why many of the Arab countries have been on a marathon, at least 9 countries, to apply a lot of pressure on the United States administration not to have a war against Iran, to bring the countries closer. And they have lobbied with Iran too. Iran said that due to the offers given and the attempts by our Arab colleagues, to de-escalate, were participating, but not at any cost. Again, Iran has red lines and they impose them in the negotiations. So they're trying to de-escalate. They're trying to have everything settled because they don't want to war against Iran. By the way, some people in the American administration are frustrated by that. Most notably, Lindsey Graham, by the way, who's been on a rampage recently about Saudi Arabia and criticizing Saudi Arabia. Israel is not happy with the fact that Saudi Arabia is lobbying heavily for the United States not to attack Iran. They're viewing this, by the way, as protection of Iran. This is how they view it. They're not just viewing this as an act to try and prevent war. They're viewing this as they are acting with Iran. This is how Israel is viewing it. And elements in the American administration, they're seeing Saudi Arabia and some of the Arab countries aligning with Iran, although that's not necessarily true in the entirety of the case. It's not as if, you know, they're fighting with Iran. It's just that they're trying to prevent an aggression against them because they know very well what's happening against them. And all of that, again, is a confirmation of the shifting balance of power, the rise of a multipolar world. We're going to see more alliances in the future. There are going to be more pacts being formed. The Turkish side is talking about a Middle East defense pact. They're in advanced negotiations between Saudi Arabia and Pakistan. But everything would be missing if any of them try and exclude Iran, by the way. Some of them try to play this game of, you know, pleasing the American side and playing on this. You need to rely on your region, your people, be powerful and deal and be friends with anyone you want to be friends with, but from a position of power, from a position of deterrence, so that finally you can gain some respect and you wouldn't be even threatened. The Western establishment must not be able to threaten the countries of West Asia. They shouldn't be in that position. They shouldn't be in a position of threatening, but it's like some countries have been accustomed to threats, accustomed to being threatened. You should not be threatened. How do you do that? By having a defense pact with nuclear power to deter all of them and tell them, you want to deal with us? We deal with each other from a position of power.
In 10 minutes by an enemy that launched its attacks from commercial ships using other unconventional means. It was a $250 million Millennium Challenge exercise. It said, foreshadowed, quote, the very challenges the United States would face in the 2003 invasion of Iraq and other conflicts since then, right? And let's see, in 2013, a 2002, okay, so there was a lieutenant general named Paul Van Riper who led anti-US forces during the simulation, and the simulation that was supposed to be Iran. Van Riper was highly critical of Millennium Challenge, calling the exercise rigged. After 11 years and review by different agencies, the Pentagon finally responded to the mandatory declassification. Okay, so what happened, right? Operation Millennium Challenge was the U.S. did an exercise in which they would go to war with Iran, and they brought in an old guy named General Von Riper, an old lieutenant general of the Marines. And basically what he did was, you know, he used asymmetric, non-conventional warfare. And because at that time, certainly Iran did not have the conventional technology to go toe to toe. So they put him in charge of the forces. They called them like the red versus the blue forces, but really it was supposed to be the U.S. versus Iran. And the bottom line is they got thumped in no time flat. The war started. You know what it reminds me of? If you think about it, it reminds you of I think, was it the movie Billy the Kid? I think that might have been it, where there was a fight and it was like two groups of men, right? And they said, okay, you got to put our best fighter against your best fighter. We're going to fight it out. So the best fighter came, and from one steps out, and it's just like a regular sized guy like me. You know what I mean? Just a regular sized guy. The other guy comes out from the other camp. He's like 6'7", 280 pounds, right? And this guy's looking like, look at the size of this guy, right? And next thing you know, the guy pulls out a knife, and it's like one of those big, long Rambo knives that looks like a sword, right? So you got this huge guy against him with a gigantic knife, and he's supposed to fight this guy, right? And he looks at the guy and he says, okay, firstly, let's establish the rules. And the guy spits, holds up his knife. He says, there ain't no rules. He looks at him, he kicks him right in the nuts. Wham! The guy drops to the ground. He says, have it your way, right? Okay, there ain't no rules, fine. You know what I'm going to do, right? That's the old game. If I can't beat you playing fair, why would I play fair? Of course, which is, again, what is that? In traditional fighting, two guys get in a fight, you're not supposed to kick in the groin or poke in the eye. You're fighting out like me. What is that? That's like the old Queensberry rules, where the soldiers all march in line and they all drop to their knees and they fire each other. It's pretty much suicide, right? During the Revolutionary War, so they called it. The people that lived in the U.S., the colonists, interesting, the colonists, we'll call the settlers, like we do in Israel. But at any rate, the Americans at that time, hid in the woods and sniped at them because, they didn't have the conventional forces to fight them. So they just, the whole time the Brits are marching, there's snipers in the woods, in the trees, everywhere, waiting to, give them a hard time. So my point is, and they eventually lost. They had they have the overwhelming technological and conventional forces, yes, but eventually they lost to people who said, quote, there ain't no rules. So let's talk about some reasons and potentials. As I say, as you probably know, you've probably heard this, what's the first rule of conflict? Never underestimate your adversary, right? Or always. Decision-making trees, right? Okay, I'm going to make a decision, put myself in the worst possible position. What's the worst thing that can happen? What's the worst situation that can happen? What's the, multiple enemies against me? I'm cornered. I'm, and I'm making a decision. Am I ready to deal with the worst case scenario, right? Well, the U.S. isn't, clearly. And let's talk about some potential outcomes that could be really, really bad. Again, I'm not predicting that the U.S. is going to get crushed, lose. I'm not predicting, but I'm not predicting that they're not. I'm acknowledging that there's a possibility that the United States could open up a can of ass whooping. I'm just saying you cannot deny that there is that possibility. And now you can deny it. Anybody can deny it. But I'm going to give you some reasons. I wrote them down. 10 reasons the U.S. may lose bigly. Let's start here. And we can see it in Ukraine. The number one I put was bad habits from proxy wars. No respect for the lives of proxy soldiers who get used as cannon fodder. Now, here's what I mean. You may have heard this anybody who played sports like I did, I played several sports. And what is the coach going to say? If you're goofing off in practice, you practice like you play. If you goof off in practice, you'll goof off in a real game, right? I know a guy, I had a friend, I haven't seen him in years, but this guy played in the NBA and he actually played with Michael Jordan on the Bulls. And I said, what do you got to say about Michael Jordan? He said, that guy, he says, every single day in practice, he played every minute of every second in practice, right? Every time they played a game, of course you did the running and things like that and the drills and all that. He said, but when they had practice games, Michael Jordan played every practice game like it was the seventh game of the championship, right? Like it was the last quarter, the last minute. He played every practice game, every pickup game, everything he did. He played it. He went for it 100%. You practice like you play. Of course, then when he went in the game, he didn't have anything but, you know, he only had one speed. I'm going to come at you with everything I got. And of course, you know, you see that. And even people that don't know basketball or have any sports that we like, whether it's UFC or whatever it is, you see people who play with intensity, right? And there's other people that have bad habits, and bad habits leak out on the field. So what do I mean? You know, one of the things the U.S. does in their proxy wars is just use the enemy, use their soldiers as cannon fodder. Look at Ukraine. If you actually, not if you're some brainwashed puppet who are like, the Russians are losing 1 million soldiers a day and daring Ukrainians are knocking you know, when the Russians have fired 100 missiles and the Ukrainians shot down 103, you know, if you believe that stuff, fine, you probably shouldn't be watching this video. Anyway, it's not going to do you like good. Well, you should be watching it, but it ain't going to do you much good. But my point is, the U.S. military planners are in the habit of disregarding the lives of their soldiers with no price to pay, right? They had this Kursk invasion and they lost like 70,000 men. And what price is there to pay? None. You know why? Because most Americans don't even know that they threw 70,000 men and women, I guess, that they heaved them to their deaths in the Kursk region with nary a, you know, result, a positive result. Why? Number one, the U.S. controls the media in Ukraine. Ukraine is nothing but a big prison camp, so the Ukrainians don't have the option. What are they going to do? Protest? What are they going to do? If a man goes out to protest, he'll be grabbed, thrown into a van, and shipped to the front to die. So they can have a callous disregard for the lives of their soldiers with no price to pay. Nobody's even going to know. Who cares? Put them in an anonymous grave, and that's that. Who cares? Guess what? You practice like you play. So the U.S. planners, the habit is to plan as though everything's going to work out fine, to put your soldiers in a very, very dangerous situation. And if they get mowed down like cordwood, who cares? Nobody's going to know. There's no price to pay, which means that is a habit. That is something that they do. And if that is your habit and you got a bad habit like that, and we'll get to later the inability to take casualties. But if you have a bad habit of saying, we'll just throw these soldiers out, and because there's more where they came from, and oh, well, hey, let's try this. We'll throw 1,000 soldiers at a little town called Krinky. Oh, they all got killed. Or another 1,000. They all got killed. Another 1,000. What the hell? Let's give it a shot. Let's keep throwing them. How many soldiers we got? Oh, we got about 25,000. All right, we'll try this 25 times. And if it doesn't work, we'll go say, darn, that Krinky operation didn't work. Oh, well, let's try another one. Why? What do you care about those soldiers? They're proxy soldiers. They're cannon fodder. Their job is to die. And they do it well, unfortunately for them. And the U.S. and NATO planners are in a habit of using cannon fodder. They don't know how to do anything else. And when they plan, they won't be planning for military operations to say, how do we do this where we have the least possible casualties? How do we do this in a way that we say, well, this could possibly go bad on us, so we better be wary. We better, you know, just stick our toes in the water a little bit. No, they're ready to dive in the pool. All right, let's go. We're going to send in this, send in that. We'll attack that. We'll bomb this. And what happens if your enemy what happens if those Chinese ships and those Russian satellites and Chinese satellites are picking up some of your communications, and they know what you're going to do, and they know when they're going to do it? Don't you think the Chinese and the Russians, if a U.S. soldier on a carrier group walks over to the side and takes a leak over the side, they're watching them. They know it. They're taking notes. The eyes are on them. Everything that happens, believe me, you're moving ships around. They're like, oh, they're moving people. Oh, they're moving ships around. Oh, they're coming into the wind. They're going to launch. Oh, this is going on. That's going on in these carrier groups. They're preparing. That's happening on this base. They're watching everything you do. And they will probably, I'll put it like this. There's a base where the Oreshniks are often launched from. And what we see oftentimes is some kind of a warning for the Ukrainians when a Oreshnik is about to get launched. I read this. I read a lot of international stuff, and you read, according to satellites, this base where some Oreshniks were launched from. There's a lot of movement going on there. They suspect an Oreshnik launch will be soon. And what do you know? When Oreshnik missiles launch and something gets mushed, turned to dust, right? So don't you think they're doing that? You see, this is not the U.S. versus Iran. It's the U.S. versus, the BRICS powers. BRICS is powered by Russia and China. And the engines that power BRICS are behind Iran. And Iran is a formidable country on its own, but it's also now powered by BRICS technology. And so now I suspect that they're watching everything that happens, so they will be able to predict in the same way that you read, hey, there's movement at the so-and-so base. Looks like we're going to have very soon. We're going to have an Oreshnik launch. Now, what I have noticed that the Russians do is now they're faking them out, because like every so many days they'll move stuff around at that base and they'll go, oh, looks like an Oreshnik launch. Oh, there's not one. That's what you do. There's a famous case in World War II. When I went to a country called a city in Russia called Rzhev, and it was outside of Moscow, and apparently on the edge of the battle lines, Stalin would come out there to meet with the generals, get a battlefield update, give instructions, etc. Right? Well, apparently, when he was in Moscow, every day his car and his would leave whatever the Kremlin and go certain places on a certain the cars that he was in. And they knew that German spies were watching that. So what they did was, when he would go to the battlefront to Rzhev or whatever, they would have a body double for him. And those cars would drive the same route every single day. So the German spies would see them and say, we think he's still in Moscow, right? That's the kind of games you play. And what are the Russians doing? What they're doing, it appears to me, is now those bases, they're like, okay, we're going to pretend like we're launching an Oreshnik every other day, so they won't know which day. We just keep doing it every other day. Hey, let's pretend every 3 days, every 5 days, we pretend like we're going to launch an Oreshnik, and they never know which one's a drill and which one's real. So my point being, in the same way that U.S. And Western technology is watching the movement on Russian bases and then to determine what the next move is of the Russians, I will guarantee you that everything that the Americans are doing is being watched by Russia and China. And they're saying, okay, will probably, I would likely say, because if you're going to launch an attack, there's certain things you got to do. You got to have the planes on the deck. You got to prep the planes. You got to get planes prepped. You got to get planes ready to take off. There's going to be certain movement. You're going to see fueling of certain things. And I would imagine that the likelihood is that the Russians and the Chinese, with their space-based technology, and of course the Iranians have some, will be watching, and they'll be able to predict within hours. They'll be able to say, okay, look, we see everything happening. Looks like you got 2 hours, 3 hours, 1 hour, right? They'll be prepped. Oh, they're taking off. Oh, we've intercepted maybe comments on the radios and stuff like that. There's a lot of chatter going on. It looks like it's about to happen. And I mean, let's face it, here we watch the old pizza. We watch to see how many pizzas are being purchased around the Pentagon or around the State Department, right? You think China and Russia don't have a lot of ways to find out? So they'll be able to likely say, looks like they're getting ready to do something. Let's prep. And I'm sure they have a plan for when the U.S. launches this attack, some kind of a counterattack. Now, one could argue potentially a preemptive counterattack. And what I mean preemptive counterattack is not necessarily, I don't think Iran wants to shoot first, but let's just say they see everything going. And now they're ready when the U.S. launches, right? So the U.S. launches a bunch of missiles. They launch a bunch of things. They see there are the indicators of this thing are happening, and they see incoming missiles and or incoming planes, incoming whatever, and they say it's happening. That they may be able to launch a counterattack. Let's say the U.S. is firing, what do you call those things? Tomahawks from X amount of miles away, and it's going to take them 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour, whatever, right? 20 minutes to get to the target. Iranians may be able to immediately say, okay, they got birds in the air. Yeah, boom, let's do this. So I think that those two things, number one, the U.S. military planning has a habit of attacking inferior opponents and not taking it into account, because they're attacking with proxy wars, or they're attacking inferior opponents, of course, not taking into account the potential for major losses and not really caring because they ain't our troops anyway. That's whether they say it or not, that's going to be a habit, and that's going to happen, and that could be costly. And of course, the technology that we're talking about, space-based technology to be able to see what's happening on the ground, but additionally, and you got to think about this. The traditional way of thinking with the U.S. was we have an advantage because we have ships all around you, and we have bases all around you, right? That's our advantage. We got bases all around you. You're surrounded by bases. Number one, we got people on the ground at those bases. Number two, some of those are air bases, some of those are Navy bases, so we can attack you because we have military bases, which are military assets in your region, and because we're sending expeditionary forces out, because we are projecting our military power out all over the world, we've got to have those bases in order for us to, those nodes of the empire, in order for us to project our military power. So usually that is, we got a bunch of bases, boy, you in deep trouble. And we've got ships, boy, you in deep trouble. Now, the problem is this, I think. One of the things we're seeing is a change in warfare that is brought about by technology in the same way. Okay, think about this. What happened in old world? The the Western powers had guns, and somebody else maybe had bows and arrows. You had cannons and guns, they had bows and arrows. Because of the technological advantage that you had, it was one-sided. What did that mean? Guns versus bow and arrows. It's quite simple. It was a matter of range. A gun can strike their opponent further. I can strike you from a further distance and more accurately, right? It causes greater damage. I'm throwing a steel ball of lead balls at you from a longer distance, and cannonballs which blow up. So you can't do the damage from the distance that I can. With the gun, if I've got a gun and you got a bow and arrow, I can pull out, boom, and shoot you. You've got to take the arrow, boom, even if from the same distance, even if we're both within range, the amount of time it takes you to get that arrow out of there and get it going towards me, you don't have enough time. I have an advantage, right? That's what those bases were supposed to be. We got an advantage. We're close to you. We can hit you from the bases. We got ships close to you. We can hit you from the ships. However, technology has changed in two ways. Number one, well, we could talk about drones, but let's talk about the big one, surface-to-surface missiles, right? Surface-to-surface missiles changes everything. If I use an aircraft, an F, whatever the hell, to come attack you, right? I have a trained pilot. I got a lot of time and money in that pilot, and he's irreplaceable. I got to have more pilots in the pipeline, but you can't replace a pilot. You got to have more pilots, right? There's a finite number of pilots. If I were able to shoot all the pilots, let's say I go in and I poison all your pilots, you can't fly, right? So my point is, every time you lose a plane, use a pilot, that's a very, very expensive asset with years of training behind it on that specific technology, and the plane is gone. It's extremely, and what is that plane? It's a platform. It allows me to deliver ordnance to a particular point, right? Okay, so that's my Air Force. But wait a minute, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to deliver ordnance to a particular location. If I do that with a surface-to-surface missile, right? Or air to surface, whatever. If I can deliver ordnance to a particular position, then I have accomplished the same thing. And what missile technology has done, it has allowed people, and at a much cheaper rate. So it has allowed people to do the same thing. And the missiles are disposable. I fire them, they ain't coming back, which means greater range. A plane Has to go 1,000 miles. It has to be refueled. It has to come back, all these things. Then I have to protect it while it's there. It's going into a dangerous zone. I want to get the pilot back, and I've got to have assets in the area. What happens if the plane gets shot down? They have to send in rescue crews. They could potentially capture the pilots. They could be, now all these things could happen, right? If I fire a missile, buddy, it's fire and forget. And they're cheaper. So I fire a bunch of missiles. So here's my point. You got bases, right? That ain't an asset anymore. That's a nice, big, ripe target. So now all those bases in the area that used to be assets, because of the surface-to-surface missile technology, they are now, in my opinion, you could make an argument that they're liabilities. As someone else said, they're sitting ducks. Hey, I target them. I don't have to target them. They ain't moving. I don't have to keep targeting them. The only thing I have to do is ensure that I can get the ordnance there. How do I ensure that the ordnance arrives? Number one, I have to have accurate targeting. Number two, I have to defeat your air defenses. How can I do that? Well, there's a number of ways. Number one, I can make sure that the missile is impregnable to electronic warfare. There's a lot of ways to do that. And now the technology is there so they can make missiles mostly impregnable, to some extent to electronic warfare. Number two, I can fire a salvo of missiles, right? If I fire one missile, that, salvos are based on probabilities, right? If I fire one missile, the probability of hitting that target is 20%. But if I fire two, it goes up to 60. If I fire three, it goes up to 85. If I fire four, it goes up to 99. You see what I'm saying? There is a probability curve where you say, if I fire X amount of missiles, the probability is probably 99.9% that one of them will hit. But every one of those other missiles now enters into that probability curve, which means now a missile that had a probability of 20% hitting may now, that particular missile, the second, third, fourth, fifth missile, all jump up to maybe 60%. So my point being, now I could affect the probability curve with a salvo, but there's something far worse, and that is drones. So now that I'm going to fire missiles, I fire 150 drones. Now, what do the drones do? They overwhelm your air defense system so that it becomes basically useless. And now, once the drones overwhelms your system, I fire the missiles. So the drones, you're trying to fight the drones, and if you don't stop the drones, they're going to do some damage because they have significant explosive charges or significant ordnance. So I fire the drones. The drones alone are going to give you hell, and they're going to keep your defensive systems busy. Meanwhile, behind that, I fire a salvo of missiles. Now, how are you going to defend the drones and the missiles at the same time? So the bottom line is we've got a combination of technology, which is unmanned aircraft, otherwise known as missiles, which are missiles. Some are reach hypersonic speed. That's a whole different thing to talk about. When you say Russia's hypersonic missiles versus China's versus Iran's, they're totally different. The Russians, many of them are powered the entire way. A lot of missiles are like a bullet. All the power is fired out, but now some of these will, like for maybe the first 20% of their flight, they're powered, and it gives them an incredible amount of speed. And then, of course, boom, the power goes, and they just flying unbelievably fast the whole way. Whereas a lot of the Russian hypersonic missiles are powered the whole way, and these missiles can move and take evasive maneuvers at unthinkable speeds. The Russian hypersonic missiles are in a class by themselves in international warfare. But hypersonic missiles nonetheless go so fast that they're hard to hit. Imagine if a bullet's going through the air and you got to shoot another bullet with another bullet. And as soon as that bullet starts moving, you ain't hitting it. And even if it ain't, hitting a bullet with another bullet, and to add this, you've got to hit the bullet in a way that destroys it. Right. So bottom line is Iran has hypersonics, and we don't know what else they might have been given. They have targeting, which allows them to hit the accurately approach the target. Many of them have evasive maneuvers that allow them to move. They have multi-warhead missiles, which is similar to the Oreshnik, not necessarily the same power as the Oreshnik by any stretch of the imagination, but a warhead that comes in and splits into 4, 5, or 6 warheads, into multiple warheads, and they all come in at the same time. Trouble. You haven't been facing that kind of stuff. And what are they firing them at? Bases that are sitting still, sitting ducks. U.S. is not accustomed to that. Now, next, you've got your ships, and man, there's some nasty anti-shipping missiles, and you don't know That's the problem. You don't know what they have. How do you prepare to defend? Do they just have their own? Do they have some of their own? Do the Iranians have some of their own where nobody really knows and they just said, okay, I mean, people do that. They're like, I don't want you to know I've got, in case you really, I've been saving this special weapon for you. I got a special weapon that I don't want you to know about, and I'm saving it. If you ever attack me, if I ever get in the corner, I'll pull that weapon out. And it's a nasty one. Do you know that the Iranians have some subs? Could they possibly be able to use those to attack? They have underwater drones that can attack. They got so many options. You don't know what they are. So the potential is there for you to get some surprises that you were not prepared for that can have devastating results. My point being, I'm not saying that it's going to happen or it ain't going to happen. I'm saying if you, in this day and age, are going to attack a country with the military power of Iran, with the support of Russia and China, then you get your nose bloodied. You could get knocked out. All right. Let's go. Let's add this. The U.S. uses satellite power. Now, what do we know? We know that the U.S. satellites are in low orbit. We know that Russian satellites they put their satellites in higher orbit, which makes them more difficult to attack. But the U.S. satellites, have our satellites, and it's effective. An incredible array of satellites, which gives us incredible technology and ability to see things on the ground and to monitor things on the ground. Absolutely, that's a fact. Okay. However, one of the things that we also know is that the Russians and the Chinese, and we probably have the same thing, the Russians and the Chinese have the capacity to attack satellites. We know that the Russian S-550, you probably heard the S-400, the S-500, the S-500, the S-400, the S-500 had the capacity, according to the Russians, to attack satellites, to attack incoming ballistic missiles, to do some things that even the S-400, doesn't have the capacity to do. It's a more robust system when it comes to ballistic missiles, satellites, things like that. Okay, we know that we've been told that maybe the Russians or the Chinese have what would be called the killer satellites, which is a satellite that floats around out there, and it's got a bunch of missiles on it. And if you go to war, that's going to fire missiles at your satellites and shoot your satellites down. So there could be a satellite war. Now, here's my question. What happens if if Iran had some killer satellites or anti-satellite technology, or if Russia or China share said satellite technology with the US and we get blinded? EMPs, things like that. What happens if we get blinded? If the US gets blinded, it's like you get in a fight and somebody throws sand or salt in your eyes. You're like, oh my God, I can't see. You pick a fight with somebody that knows how to fight and you get blinded for a second or two, that fight is over and you are going to be hurt really bad. You will be lucky if you live. If they choose to kill you, they can. A person who knows, even a person who don't know how to fight, but a person that knows how to fight, and you get temporary blind and you got to grab your eyes, it's over. So here's my point. If they're able technologically to temporarily blind the US, or if they're able technologically to find ways with their missiles and or planes that make them stealthy, that make them unable for the US, be it through jamming or whatever, to stop them, bad news. That's technological advances that are out there that are equal and in some instances superior to US military technology. And you're really going to just go attack somebody in their home and go up against that. Again, I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm giving reasons and possibilities where things could go really, really bad. And I guess back to the other one, in a way, I've got no experience in facing peer or near peer competitors. And that also goes back to the proxy wars. The US is usually facing, usually picking on, Venezuela, or they're picking on Libya, or they're picking on someone who does not have the kinetic ability to defend themselves, who does not have the technological ability to defend themselves, who does not have the support system from other countries to defend themselves. So we don't have a lot of experience going against peer or near peer competitors. And we don't even know how to define peer or near peer competitors because we haven't been fighting anybody. Unless I fight somebody, I don't know, unless I spar against people, I don't know if the things that I practice will work. I can practice all kinds of moves and wrist grabs and kicks and punches and bites and whatever the hell. But unless you spar against somebody, you don't know how human beings are reacting. You go to throw a punch and you've practiced this punch a bunch of times in a whirl. Why? It's your hammer punch. It's your whatever, right? You practice that, a guy blocks it and slams you on the ground. You're like, oh, crap. So that's what's going to happen. But you learn people's reactions and what the potentials are, right? And guess what? You learn how to overcome them. And you learn that when somebody else blocks a punch or somebody else throws a punch, you have to react. If that doesn't work, you react. Okay, right? All that being said, U.S. has done no real sparring. The only thing we do is we go against somebody that we can easily defeat, or we throw some poor, Ukraine or somebody up against Taiwan, whatever the hell, up against a real theater competitor and let them get smashed to pieces. Who cares? So we don't have experience facing peer or near peer competitors. We haven't done any sparring. We're going into a fight blind. That's another reason that the U.S. could get the crap smacked out of them. Let's go another one, which I think is important. Glass jaw. I have this. No political support, which means inability to take casualties. Okay, we've got 21%. Actually, I better go back and change my Substack. I wrote an article and I said, yes, 21%. And the other 89, something like the other 89%, I mean 70%. It was the other 89% aren't for it, right? So I better go change my Substack. But I meant 79. After somebody pointed it out to me, I looked, I'm like, oh crap, typo. But at any rate, so we got 79% of Americans that are like, I don't know about that. And not sure whether we should, whether we shouldn't, or I don't think we should. So 79% of Americans ate down with it. 21% of it are, right? That ain't no way to go into a war with 21% of support. And let me tell you something, because when you go into a war, that as things go bad, and in this one they can go real bad. You go into a war with 21%, and the first day, what happened? We got 500 casualties. You know what that 21% is going to turn into? 1. That's going to turn into 1%. And but all jokes aside, you're just going to turn into 10%, 12%, 15%, and dropping fast, right? So you have no political support for this war, which means if you start taking casualties, people are going to scream, get out now, and you've lost. You go in, we're going to take this guy, and you grab him, bam, and he punches you right in the nose, and everybody around you goes, tap out, let's go. I don't want to fight no more. What are you going to do? You've got no support. You're looking at political instability at home as a result of you're now fighting a war one day in or days in or a week in or 2 weeks in. Let's say you attack and you get punched in the hell like in the face. You're just started the war. And it is a war. It ain't a strike, it's a war. And you are in a war. And Iran's ready to fight for a long time. And in the region, your bases are getting attacked in Africa. Your bases are getting attacked here. Soldiers are going down. Mortars are coming in. Small rockets and charges are coming into your bases all over the place. You are in a major, major, major war everywhere. Your soldiers are catching hell. And the people in America are going, oh, crap. Get out of this thing. Come home. Right? The American people, you got a glass jaw. You don't have political support. And one of the reasons that, because everybody talks about this, the United States can't take casualties. Trump can't take casualties. Why? Why is it that you can't, that a country will or will not take casualties? A country will take, Russia took 27 million. China took 20 to 30 million themselves in World War II and kept fighting. Why is that? Because they didn't have a choice. Because they were being attacked. Because it was about, we got to fight to the last man, because this is all about us getting totally and completely destroyed and wiped off the map. So we're going to keep fighting until there's nobody left. We have no choice. But if you launch a war of aggression that the American people mostly don't know about or are not in favor of or ambivalent about, as soon as you start taking casualties, American people are going to say, we didn't sign up for this, because they didn't sign up for it. So the reason that the U.S. can't take casualties, has a political glass jaw there, is because they're always lying their people into some cockamamie war that the American people don't want. People are willing to take casualties if they believe that they're fighting for a just cause, that they're fighting for a defensive cause. But we ain't, and we never are. We're fighting to make the world safe for thieves and pedophiles to go around the world and steal everything. I don't think the American people or any other country are going to support that. So you start taking a hit, American people will go bananas, and they're going to pull the rug out from under you at home, and they're going to be in the streets by the million screaming, what the hell is my son coming home dead and daughter coming home dead for? Israel, at a time when everybody knows it's for Israel, and Israel is not well liked in this country. So the political glass jaw means casualties. Going to cause you great problems. Next, we'll go here. An inability to support long-term combat activities. Well, let's face it, that is a result of voluntary deindustrialization, right? That is the United States, the people who own the titans of industry saying, you know what? We could make a lot of money if we were to build this stuff in China, in Bangladesh, in wherever the hell, Haiti, and wherever we can find places to have sweatshops. I mean, if we do it here, for God's sake, we got to pay the people a decent wage. We got to give them retirements. We got to look out for them. Then we got to worry about laws. We can't just dump everything we want into the rivers. And we got all kind of problems if we do that here. We have to adhere to laws. But if we do it in another country, we don't have to do that. And the labor's cheaper. Let's move everything. Okay, they did it and it was successful. They made lots of money. Now, they financialized our economy, and certainly they, greatly weakened our economy. But my point being, they moved forward. They got what they wanted with the deindustrialized economy, where money is made by financialized tools and derivatives and asset-backed securities and things like that. But we now have no real backbone for our economy, not an industrial backbone. Which means if we get in a war, we can't sustain the war. We can't build the things that you need to have a war, because it's never really a war. We don't consider it a war. We can't say it's a war. Why? Because if Trump were to say we're going to war, then it would be obvious. The reality would be obvious. And what would the reality be? The reality would be you got to go to Congress and they have to declare war. But they can't go to Congress and have Congress declare war because the American people won't have it. So instead they say, we're going to strike country so-and-so. They use the language that implies it's not a war. But the other side, though, it's a war to them. What did Iran say? You attack us, this means a war. This means an all-out war. So you are starting a war. If the other side says, now Trump's like, we'll strike them. Well, wait a minute. If the people that you were talking about striking say, if you attack me, I'm going into all-out war, then you are, in fact, starting a war. Unconstitutionally, I might add, right? So now you've started a war, but you're not on a war footing. So what happens 2 weeks from now? You saw what happened 12 days from the beginning of the conflict against Iran, where the U.S. said, where the U.S. and Israel, and again, Israel was a proxy, and Israel was treated like a proxy. A lot of people don't want to believe that. They were treated like a proxy. They were a proxy, and they were treated like a proxy. They got the hell pounded out of them for 12 days. And if you remember, some Israelis were like, I'm getting the hell out of here. And the Israeli government said, nobody can leave. Does that sound like a country that you want to be in? Hey, we got a war. I'm out of here. Sorry, you're not allowed to leave. You got to stick around. We need more casualties. They got their asses ground in the dust in 12 days. That ain't a war. That's a butt kicking, and a quick one. And see, here's my point. Think about what I'm saying. The possibility is there for a butt kicking. Well, do we have a point of reference? Let's see what happened last June, the first couple of weeks of June. Israel, we are the fourth most powerful army in the world. We got it, man. We got F-35s. We got Tomahawks, David Sling, Ring, Bing. We got all kind of stuff. We're going to come in there and we're going to put it on these old Iranians. Why Iranians? They're, lesser beings, cattle, dare I say, right? We're attacking the Iranians. Ha ha. And you know what else? We got Mossad. We got all kinds of stuff, CIA in there, booby traps, MEK, spies. We got spies, lies, French fries. I don't know. We got every damn thing. We're coming to get you. That was their plan, except the enemy gets a vote. So they attacked, and they were able to knock Iran back off their feet a little bit. Iran knocked back off their feet, and they got themselves together, and they got stood up, and they said, oh, it's a fight you want, huh? Okay, we thought we were talking. We thought we were working on a deal, but you want to fight. Got just the thing for you. And they knocked the hell out of them. They backslapped these guys. They knocked, and here's the deal. If you think about it, what Iran did was say, basically, well, Israel's our light work. We ain't worried about that, right? We'll just pound them into submission with our old missiles and drones. Who cares? They're come on, Israel. We're worried about this little pipsqueak, these chihuahuas, right? So they just flattened them. And they said to the U.S., we're holding out our good stuff because we suspect the United States is coming in, right? We're going to hold out the good stuff because we think the U.S. is coming in. So we'll just slap these boys around. We ain't worried about the monkey. We're worried about the organ grinder. So we're going to beat the hell out of the monkey. Just punch it with ease because the organ grinder is coming. And that's the one we know we got to be prepared for, right? So after about 12 days, Israel went to the U.S., get the hell out of here. And the U.S. went and talked to Iran, and boom, that was it. So we do have a point of reference. It's not like I'm talking out of turn, like I'm just making things up. What happened? The U.S. sent their proxy, who they thought was so powerful to take out Iran. And the proxy even got like a 12-hour jump where Iran's defenses were down. But when Iran got their defenses, they shook it off. And they started throwing punches. There was nothing Israel could do. Nothing. But scream and cry, please, God knows, get these bastards off of me because they're about to kill me. Somebody, please get these. Somebody has thrown me into the cage with a madman and I got to get out of here, right? That's what they did. You have a point of reference. Who saw that coming? The Israelis were a long ways from reality, if you think about it, because they thought we can hit them with these terrorist acts and drones and stuff, and then we'll come in with our real army, and then they'll be really in trouble. So they did that, and got everything they wanted. And then they came in with their real Air Force. Oh, we're going to get them now. We got David Sling, and we got all kind of defensive. And so they kind of, if you think about it, Israel planned an operation, and the operation worked to a T, right? We're going to get their air defenses down. They got them down. We're going to do decapitation strike and kill some of their leaders. They were able to do decapitation strikes and kill some of their leaders, right? Then we're going to send in all kinds of terrorists, and we're going to fire a lot of missiles and stuff at them. Everything they did worked, and they got their ass kicked anyway. Imagine if some of it didn't work. Everything they did, their entire plan worked perfectly. Imagine that. You plan for this guy. I'm going to sneak up on this guy and I'm going to steal him, as they say, sucker punch, steal. I'm going to do that. Everything works right. You set the guy up. You walk up behind him. You say, tap on the shoulder. And when he turns around, you steal him with a big punch. Bam, right in the snoot. Whap. And you're like, ha ha, everything works. And you set the guy up and you punched him. Bam, right in the snoot. That's the knockout punch. And the guy falls back a little bit and stumbles around a little bit. Shakes a little bit, looks at you, says, now you really pissed me off. You're in deep and serious trouble. You had a plan. It's not like your plan didn't work. Your plan did work exactly like you wanted. But he took the punch and shook it off. And now he's mad. And now you're going to see what he's got. Now it's his turn, right? Here's the thing about it. That's what the Iranians did. Once they shook it off, they said, okay, now perhaps you need a demonstration of what we have. Perhaps you don't quite understand the gravity of this situation here. How about you want us to get rid of these ballistic missiles? We'd be happy to get rid of them. We've had enough of all these missiles we got. We'll send them to Tel Aviv, one salvo at a time. Here they come. Get rid of the missiles? Certainly. I mean, what are we going to do with all these missiles laying around? They're getting in the way. People are tripping over them. They can blow up. Tell you what, we'll send them to you, airmail. And they delivered exactly what Israel asked for. They delivered their long-range missiles to Israel. We'll send them to you, and you can dispose of them when they get there. That's what Iran did. Israel did everything they wanted, everything right, and they still got their butts stomped into the ground in 12 days. They say it's a 12 days war. 12 days ain't a war. It's a butt whipping. In historically, a 12-day war, the 12-day war. What happened? Oh, at the end of the 12-day war, what happened again? Oh, they called and begged for mercy and cried uncle. That ain't a war. For 12 days, Israel got punished. Israel got brutalized. Israel got absolutely pulverized for 12 days. And then they tapped out. They called Uncle Sam, please, God knows, get me out of here. That ain't a war. They got pulverized. So you've already had an instance where you plan to take them out and you send in your proxy and they pulverized your proxy so fast you didn't even know they were there. And now you're going to go back in yourself and just try them yourself. And I'm just saying, what happens if this lasts for weeks, 2 weeks? Now, the other thing is this, 2 weeks, the inability to maintain a long-term fight. Look, they already know that you have an issue with air defense missiles. Don't you think they're going to take advantage of that? If I were Iran, I'd have 1,000 missiles that just old wooden crates or something, made of old milk crates. You know what I mean? Slow-moving missiles. I'm saying that to be facetious, but if I were Iran, put Garland in charge of it. What are you going to do? I'm going to be building missiles, cheap missiles that don't even have a warhead on them, by the tens of thousands. Tens of thousands. And you know what I'm going to do? Very, very early in the game, I'm going to open the first day and I'm going to fire 900 missiles that don't even have a warhead. But mixed in with that are going to be 100 that do. And every day, I'm going to fire hundreds and hundreds of dummy missiles, old missiles, don't have a warhead, along with a couple hundred drones. Why is that? Because you ran out in 12 days last time. You were in deep trouble in 12 days. And you had to tap out. But not because you were out of missiles. You had to tap out because you knew you would soon run out of missiles. You see, I don't have to make you run out of missiles. If I can fire so many missiles, you can count. You got guys there with calculators somewhere. You got software that can look and say, hey, guess what? We fired 60% of our missiles in the first 2 days. That means we got a day and a half left, right? So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to say, this time, I'm firing so many missiles, including all my old missiles, my dummy missiles, my smarty missiles, whatever you want to call them. I'm firing so much of that stuff at you on day one that I am going to, where it took me 12 days to deplete it, I'm going to try to deplete you quickly. I'm going to fire so much stuff at you, drones, missiles, everything's coming 24 hours a day. I'm going to exhaust your air defense system. I'm going to exhaust the people that are running your air defense system. I'm going to exhaust you as quickly as I can, because at that point, it's open season. And much earlier than that, at the point where your people start calculating and they call the boss, we got a problem. What? We've been fighting Iran for 2 days. Yeah. We've used 60% of our missiles. Okay. We got a day and a half and we're completely naked. We're out of missiles. What do we do?
Nathan Watkins doesn't believe in limits, especially limits on your property taxes. Watkins testified against Governor Abbott's.
We got a problem. We lose the war. That's what we do. So anyway, that's my point. We don't have the capacity, the industrial capacity to support a long-term war. We don't have the industrial capacity to support a short-term war, much less a long-term war. Let's get rid of the terms. We do not have the industrial capacity to support a war, period. We don't have it. And these brainwashed Americans out here who know nothing about military arms, nothing about understanding about a war. So we're going to start a war, not a strike, start a war when you have no political support. Perhaps they should read that book behind me, Von Clausewitz, on war. You got to have some political support. You got no political support. You have to lie to people into this strike against Iran that's really a war. You got no political support. You do not have the industrial capacity or the political capacity might I add, to drag this thing out for weeks and weeks, for months and months, let alone weeks. And you're going to start this? You can't win if you do that. And again, the potential is there for you to get punched in the nose. Let me add this. We don't have a ground war capacity, right? The IRGC has ground soldiers. They're ready to fight on the ground. We're going to fly over Iran. We're going to hope that it's a technology war. What are you going to do? Well, we're going to throw some missiles at long-term ordnance at them. Missiles. We're going to throw, hopefully fly some planes in and drop bombs. Well, what happens if the air defense is so thick? We have not operated in a modern air defense environment now. And you're going to send planes in there. You got S-400s in there. They're shot down. You got electronic jamming and warfare thick as pea soup, and you're going to send American planes into that? Brother, they ain't coming back. So my point is, you got to have some ground forces. And you can't go into Iran. Iran is the size of Western Europe. Iran is a major, major, major military power. Iran has ground forces that are dedicated and ready to fight. What happens? Let me ask you this. What happens if you got American bases and they're attacked by ground forces? What happens if you got an American base and this American base is like, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to have air defense and we're prepared. We might take some mortars and 1,000 soldiers attack. And some missiles come in, boom, 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 and hit your ground base, hit your American base and wherever, right? And then the Iranians do some kind of a landing, something, they bring in choppers, whatever the case, right? And your base now, this is a real war where it's not just missiles flying in, you are attacked by ground forces on an American base. What do? You can't bomb the enemy because he's on your base. You're bombing your own base. Could be really bad. Really, really bad. You don't have ground forces. You're going into a war. That ain't a war. A war means air, sea, and ground forces. What war? Look at historical wars and tell me one that didn't involve any ground. Hey, we're going to war. Remember the War of 1812? Yeah. Was anybody on the ground? They just flew over in air balloons. That's not a war. You're looking at a war. A war will mean ground forces. And might I add, if I'm Iran, I got ground forces in Africa. I'm gonna hit some of your bases. And what are they going to do? What is a ground force going to do if it attacks a base and it overruns the base? It's going to kill every soldier in there. I mean, that's what they're going to do. That's what your soldiers are going to do defensively. If they're attacked by the enemy, they're going to machine gun them and they're going to kill every soldier there. Well, what are they going to do? They're going to take the base and kill everybody in that base. They're going to take all of the computers. They're going to take everything. Everything. Can you imagine Americans losing bases anywhere in Africa, in the Middle East, and every soldier in there is dead and the base is gone? And you want to know what they're going to do? They're going to put they're going to take the computers. They're going to get into the computer system. They're going to put charges all over the bases, blow the hell out of it and leave. That is the potential that can happen in a war when you don't have ground forces, and we don't have ground forces. All right. Here's one that can't be overlooked, and that is the Iranians and the BRICS people have the capacity to use economic means. Okay. And the Iranians have made it clear, we will do this from the very beginning. What does that mean? That means Americans, 21% of whom support this, Americans wake up and they're like, yeah, man, wow, war, that's something. Another one. I wonder how things are going. Because normally that's what Americans do. Hey, guess what? We've attacked country X, and Americans are like, wow, that's interesting. Hey, you watching the game tonight? Americans totally disconnected. Why? Because we ain't feeling the pain. The way I always put it is like this. Look, if your diet is crap, if you're eating cheeseburgers and fries and Cokes every day, you're not like me. You're not trying to eat a healthy, I try to because I want to be, a healthy person. What's the old saying? If you eat healthy food, there's a reason they call it unhealthy food versus healthy food, the outcomes. So if you're eating that crap every day, but if you eat a cheeseburger and fries and a Coke, if you ate that and you gained 5 pounds and you got diabetes and high blood pressure instantly, nobody would do it. But why did they do it? Because over the course of the long term, it happens and they don't notice. And then they're like, my blood pressure's up and oh, don't feel good, and I've got things breaking out on my skin, and their health starts to go to crap, and they don't stop to think. Oh, what are you going to do? Well, I got a doctor's appointment, but first I'm going to go to lunch. What are you going to get? Fries and a Coke and a cheeseburger. It never dawns on them. Most people cannot put together in their minds. They're not like, let's see. I eat like crap. I drink too much liquor and alcohol. I smoke a pack a day. I don't get any rest. I don't take care of my body. Gee, I wonder why I'm sick. Gee, I wonder why I feel like crap. I wonder why I'm depressed. I just can't figure it out. It must be genetics. Most people cannot put together the lifestyle, a healthy versus an unhealthy lifestyle. Most people don't put that together with the outcomes, which is how you feel mentally, physically, how you look, all of those things. That most people don't put that together. It's like, I wonder why I feel like this. Look at your diet. Look at your rest. Look at everything you do. And then at some point, you might just figure it out. Okay. Well, most Americans don't put together, hey, our foreign policy. They say, hey, why is our economy crap? Why is our schools bad? Our roads, all these things. There's nothing, Social Security and all these things that Americans get. It's not enough and blah, blah, blah. They don't put together that our foreign policy is the reason that we spend all of our money, that it's all robbed and stolen by the Epstein class, and it's all shoved into boondoggles in the military. They don't put that together. Gas is too high. I wonder why. They don't put it together that it's the foreign policy. However, they will put it together if the foreign policy happens. We're attacking Iran, and Iranians say, okay, we're closing the Straits of Hormuz. Okay, the Straits of Hormuz are closed. So now what? Within a 24-hour period, we've attacked Iran. They got that in their brain. They saw it on TV. They're closing the Straits of Hormuz. Okay, that's within a 24-hour period. I can see that. Let me go get some gas. Holy sweet mother Jesus, did you see the prices of the gas? I can't pay that. Oh my God, $10 a gallon. They're nuts. All right, I'm going to go to the grocery store. Let's see. How about a tomato? $5 for a tomato. Yeah, well, they bring it here by a truck with diesel fuel. Guess what? They now can put it together. Wait a minute. Hold on here. I think I have a theory. They attacked Iran yesterday.
President Trump trusts retired teacher Terry Leo Wilson because she's teaching liberals a lesson in Austin. Leo Wilson.
Iran closed the Straits of Hormuz yesterday, and today I can't afford to buy anything, and my economy's collapsing around me. I think we have a connection. Finally, Americans will have the equivalent of biting into that cheeseburger and fries and drinking that Coke and getting sick immediately so that you can put the two together. Sadly, that's what Americans need, and that's what they will get if these idiots attack Iran. They will get the instant knowledge that foreign policy, your stinking life is a living hell. Now I know why. So economics will be a massive weapon. And again, that's what makes Iran a world power. Iran is a world power. Why? It is a local power. It is a regional power militarily, but because of its geographical location and its ability to shut down the Straits of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandab Strait, which is the entrance to the Red Sea, which is the entrance to the Suez Canal, because they can shut these things down, they can affect the world economy. So they're actually world powers economically and militarily. So those are that's another thing in sphere in the full spectrum dominance area that the U.S. can lose bigly and quickly. That's what I'm saying. We could lose not just bigly, as Trump would say, but quickly. Couple more things. The threat of a civilizational jihad war. Now, one of the things Trump has said is that, and they're talking about, we may kill Ayatollah Khomeini. You may be able to, you may not be. I don't know. Let's just say, for the sake of argument, you do. Bomb hits him. Ayatollah Sistani, who's one of the highest and most respected Shia clerics and Shia religious leaders, and other Shia clerics have said, if you kill him, we will issue a fatwa, which is like a religious document, a religious edict that says that Muslims, all, which would apply to your Shia Muslims, are now required to do jihad, which is a holy war, which is a religious war against the U.S. and Israel. Well, that's not a good thing. In the United States, you will have people who are gentle people, who don't want any trouble, who would never harm a flea, but who are very, very religiously inclined and say, you know what? I'm not a nonviolent person, but now I have a religious edict and I have a religious duty to God, and that is to fight the United States and Israel. So there could be very, very bad things going on here in the United States and Europe and elsewhere, where against you now have, millions and millions of people who now say, okay, we're at war. That's the ultimate asymmetric war. Does that mean that some guy's driving down the road in friggin' Schenectady and he says, okay, well, I got to do something. I got a car. Well, there's a bus stop full of people. I don't know. I don't know what it really means, but I just simply know that it means that you biting off more you can chew. That's the ultimate asymmetric warfare. And if you do that, I don't know how you get out of that one. I don't know how you get out of that one. Again, another reason you could lose bigly very quickly. We got a couple more. The threat of political instability and political rejection in the region. What does that mean? That means that you can get ejected from the region. That means that now you've got countries like Bahrain that are 80% Shia and 20% Sunni, and the 20% Sunni, the minority rules. Well, guess what happens? That might not work anymore for them. You've got countries like Saudi Arabia, 20% Shia, but they mostly live and work in the oil fields. What happens if they say we ain't going to run these oil fields? What happens if they say we're going to blow them? What happens if they say we're going to revolt against the government? Things could get nasty. Now, let's think this. If there's a jihad declared, then they may say, well, it is our job to attack the Saudi government, to blow up the oil fields, to do anything we can to hurt you, right? All across the region. You could lose countries. Lebanon, some of these other countries, you could lose where, in fact, the Shia, there's a huge Shia population in Nigeria, in Pakistan. Now what happens? Your bases now there could be attacked. You could be run out of the region. You could create political instability. You could now also have governments that are minority Shia, Sunni governments that say, I have to react to the Shia people or I'll get my head cut off. That there's so many Shia in a particular country that a country that is not run by Shia says, I got two options. Either I can go along with what my Shia people want, or my country's going to fall into instability and I'll likely be killed, the royal family, whoever. Is that something that's a good option? So the U.S. could create such political and instability and political rejection in the region that politically they get ejected from the region. In fact, I would suspect that's even a good likelihood. And last but not least, Africa and other regions may consider attacks in the U.S. moment of weakness. You got other places in the world where the U.S. has bases. You have the Chinese looking at Taiwan saying, this is part of China and we don't like what you're doing. And the Chinese may just say, we've had about enough of this. We're not waiting around for you idiots to act up. We're taking Taiwan now. And again, on the economic sphere, what happens if China says, that's it, United States, we will never sell ever, as long as you live, we will never sell you another gram of the rare earth minerals that you need. What happens if China says, we're not doing business with you anymore? Because people are like, well, the American will use nukes, but that's the end of it. Because I would suspect the Chinese will say, well, that's it. We ain't doing business with you. And a lot of other people say we ain't doing the business with the America anyway. That's it for America. That's it. We would face all kinds of economic breakdown and starvation and things of that nature. That's it. But you have areas of the world, such as Africa and South America and some other places, where people are not happy with the Americans. And look, if they see the bullies looking weak, right? If they see the bully getting punched, they may say, now's my chance. He's down and I don't like him. And some of the regions in Africa may say, you know what, the United States has all its resources over there and its bases are naked. Time to hit them. Some of your bases could be hit, could be attacked, could be obliterated. Now what? You're getting hit everywhere. You're in the Middle East, and you're trying to defend your people there, and they're getting hit all over Africa, maybe in South America, maybe other places. And now China's moving on Taiwan. And now Russia says, you know, we've had bad enough of these goose-stepping sons and bitches in Ukraine. I think we're going to put an end to this. And a bunch of Areshniks come whistling into Kiev. And they say the whole area where the government buildings are, all that kind of stuff, yeah, that's not going to exist anymore. We've decided to end that. Your bridges, your everything. We've decided to end this thing. And Russia sends in a missile barrage like Noah, and they use Areshniks, and it's over. And they turn Ukraine into a fiery living hell. And they got the ability to do it. Now what? They see their opportunity. They say, okay, yeah, you're getting your ass kicked over there. China is moving on Taiwan, Russia. Let's finish up Ukraine. The Africans who maybe or may not be armed by the Russians and Chinese. Man, you are asking for that. That's why, in a way, what I've said, I'll end up by saying this. In a way, I've said, I doubt if this happens. From a rational perspective, I say that because the possibility, or I might even say likelihood, of unbelievable repercussions are so great that I wouldn't want to be the one in the middle of this crap. But who knows? I don't know. It could. It may be likely. But that's it for Trump if it happens, because the repercussions are going to be bad. And as I said, could it be a standoff? Yes. Could the United States have some success in hitting Iran? They certainly could. Could Iran have some success in hitting them back? It certainly could. But there is a possibility that we cannot discount. And that possibility is that the United States starts this war, that the United States attacks Iran, and they get their asses handed to them within the first few hours. I'm not saying that's going to happen, but I was just making the argument and giving some potential reasons of why we have to consider it as a possibility. That's all I'm doing. We must consider it as a possibility. So that's that. Let us now look and see, do we have any? We got some super chats. Great. We're going to answer the super chats. We always have good questions and things like that in comments. So we're going to go through the super chats.
Kofi, follow me.